最近おじいちゃんいるから違うけど久しぶりにバイブス上げてこう俺さんできるスイカ
What's going on, y'all? Neon here, and welcome to the My Dress Up Darling Season 1 Supercut episode of Castaway Anime. The podcast is still on hiatus until 2026, and we do feel bad about missing this summer 2025 season, as it looks to be the biggest season of anime we've gotten in years. While we won't have any new content for the rest of this year, we hope you'll enjoy the convenience of having our entire My Dress Up Darling Season 1 discussion in one place. We'll definitely revisit all of the biggest anime of 2025 when we come back from hiatus, including Dress Up Darling Season 2. Until then, you can check out both Crunchy's channel and mine for brand new content to tie you over until the new year. For now, please enjoy the Castaway Anime Supercut of My Dress Up Darling Season 1.
See, it's funny because you say you've seen talk about other shows here and there. I've only seen talk about one show, at least on my timeline, which is My Dress Up Darling, which it just keeps flooding my timeline with fan art. So let's transition into that.
Okay, all right.
A little rockier than I was hoping for, but yeah, let's give the game away, I suppose. My Dress Up Darling. Is it alright? So I know we all haven't. Well, most of us haven't seen the shows from both blocks yet. I'm just gonna shot in the dark. It's probably show of the season.
It's like
Okay, should I
the
make
season.
a very
I
hot
disagree.
take to that?
Sure.
Like, honestly, it's overrated as fuck. Like, oh my god, I don't see what everyone else is seeing besides like the godly presentation with the animation and all of that. But other than that, I do not vibe with it at all.
Well, you see that little icon on your Discord that looks like a phone with an X next to it. You can go ahead and press that button right now. It's out. Get the fuck out right now.
It's always...
We will not accept Marin Kitagawa slander on the timeline.
No.
Good
That's
sir.
the thing. That's the thing. Like, the thing is, the problem I have with the story and all that is that she carries the show so hard. Because I hate everything else about it. Like, the main character, I hate how he monologues his life. Like, oh, I'm so
What the
lonely.
fuck do you have against Gojo?
Oh, Gojo's
you-
like... Sorry, I just prefer, like,
Gojo's
more
one of the
active
fucking
protagonists,
better
but,
characters.
Like, oh, he's so passive. He's such... Like, for a lack of a better term, he's such a beta. Like, oh, I hate him so much.
No. Gojo is not a beta. Gojo is a fucking man.
Like, well,
He is accepting.
Oh no, my grandpa doesn't know I don't actually have friends. Oh, I'm just sick of this
okay.
loser bullshit.
Okay, hold on. I did see some criticism levied toward the show about not just this show, but this
the genre.
I'd say, I guess, yeah, subgenre of the main guy gets main like shy shut-in guy gets the attention and possibly attraction of this flirty, outgoing, sociable girl. And we see it, and the other comparisons are like Nagatoro, Uzaki, Takagi, that kind of show.
Yeah, it is.
See,
I was definitely reminded a lot of those two shows while watching it, at least on a structural level.
I don't
We
want to
have-
compare
we
it to
have-
those shows though, because
We
a
have
show
been getting a lot of
I
those.
wouldn't compare.
like
I
a
was gonna
better
say,
show
we
I'd
have
compare
been
it
getting-
to... Oh yeah, sorry.
Okay. We have been getting a lot of those shows lately, but I think the difference here is that, like, the main guy himself, he's not, like, socially awkward. He just has, like, a really niche hobby that he just doesn't know how to talk to it about anyone. But, like, other than that, he could probably just talk fine.
Yeah,
I
I, guess
mean,
that's not wrong.
He's definitely
It's all-
socially reclusive. He doesn't talk to people. He doesn't have friends. But he doesn't seem to get like completely. Well, actually, no. At the beginning of episode 1, there's like, this random guy like hits him on the back of the shoulder because he thinks he's someone else, and Gojo just doesn't know what to say. He just completely freezes up.
I mean, to be
So-
fair, if you got hit in the back of the head like that...
I don't know. A bit of a
his
toss
back
up.
or his head. I don't remember that. I don't remember that part specifically.
Yeah, he got hit by some dude.
I'm
Like,
sorry,
you
I'm
know,
just
so,
sick
like-
of this kind of bullshit, you know, like the loser main character and all that. Like, I'm just sick of it. Please,
But, like-
no more anime. No
Okay, all right, hold on. First off, let's get something clear. Gojo is not a loser.
more. I mean, he's passionate. Okay, that's cool. He has like this passionate hobby. I guess that's pretty cool, but I'm pretty sure that's
Well,
the standard.
it's
now
not just
for,
that
like,
he's-
those kind of
it's not
hobbyist
just that he's-
anime.
No. Okay, hold on. Like fucking Senpai from Nagatoro is a loser because he has no fucking spine.
Okay,
and
that's
he lets
true.
those bitches walk all over him. Sakurai is even like this is like as much as I'll defend Uzaki-chan because I didn't like that show. Sakurai, the dude from it, he wasn't a loser. He had a job. He was sociable. He just preferred to hang out like by himself sometimes.
I mean,
like,
I don't mind
to do
Sakurai. I actually
solo
liked his
activities.
character in Uzaki-chan.
Sakurai is awesome.
Yeah.
But then again, it's me. I like Uzaki-chan a lot, way more than I should.
I mean, Uzaki isn't even
And
that
then-
bad compared to that genre of anime.
And then Takagi-san is like Nishikata from Takagi-san. He's not a loser. He's got friends. He's actually pretty sociable. He only gets flustered around Takagi because the whole premise and conceit of that show is that he's trying to out-tease the teasing master, and then they end up developing this mutual crush in the sense that neither of them knows that the other likes them. But he gets so flustered around, and those feelings are awakening inside of him. So he's not a loser.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, putting that show along with like the other like of this subgenre has always been weird because like it's established early on that like it's not the same. Like they're already sort of friends. It's not like they just met.
I'm pretty sure for Nagatoro, it's literally they just met, and then like she just decided I'm gonna bully him for the
Yes.
rest of this show.
I'm going to make him cry, and then people will somehow still like me.
Yeah, and it works somehow.
It was a
Well,
bad show. Now going back to Gojo though, he is not a loser. He is just a little boy. He was just a little boy who got groomed by his grandfather into loving dolls, and then he gets shocked back into reality by his black-pilled childhood friend into conforming to gender norms. But then he had the willpower to, even as a high schooler, to rise up and be like, "No, I like these dolls. I'm not going to change who I am."
See, that scene was always.
And even though it
that
just,
scene
even
was
though it leads
always
him
so
into a
funny to
loner
me.
life.
That scene is so funny to me because like I get that children can be petty, but that was like really petty.
I know, right? She's like,
I'm sure the context, we're missing some context for it.
But from what we have right now, she literally just said, "Wow, you like dolls? I hate you."
I'm
kids
willing
are
to
fickle,
buy into
man.
that.
Like I thought he was gonna be like bullied or something, but like no, this is just petty.
This is almost a little more believable. Like, I mean, yeah, like, almost, well, actually, maybe not believable, but the right term I would say is interesting, because the fact he's kept it hidden from others because he doesn't want to get called out like his friend did back when he was a kid.
Yeah,
I mean,
the context shows up. I don't know.
I guarantee you that the childhood friend does not get to have that much of an influence on the main character's life and then never come back
Yeah.
or be inserted into the show again.
oh,
I've not read a lick of the manga, and I'll bet you a fucking $1 million.
yeah. Obviously, that kind of shit always happens. That's like probably some dumb shit. Like, oh, I actually liked you, but you spent all your time doing dolls and shit, which is why I hated it and all that. Probably some.
You spent all your time playing with dolls, or you should have been playing with me.
Yeah, probably some dumb shit like that. Ugh, I hate this show.
Why do you hate it?
Honestly, I
The
would
thing
hate it if
that-
it wasn't flooding my timeline. But God,
Okay, no, you should
Oh
be
my
you should be grateful. You should be on your knees praising the Lord that fucking Marin Kitagawa fan art is flooding every top to bottom inch of your timeline.
I mean, I don't
Because
mind Marin.
Jesus H Christ, Marin Kitagawa is, without exaggeration, one of the hottest anime girls that ever came out of Japan.
I mean,
Jesus
I don't disagree
Christ.
with that. Like the animation is like just accentuates her even more. Like beautiful, but she's just carrying the whole show with her.
To
Like,
be
how
honest,
does
it's
her
not a
shoulders
shame.
not get
I
stiff
wouldn't
from
say she
carrying all of
carries.
that?
See, like
It,
I would take that as more of like criticism if this was like a deeper show, but like as far, I mean, granted, we've only seen like 2 characters, so I'll reserve judgment. But this isn't a show that like needs to be like carried, you know?
I mean, I
'Cause
guess
it ain't-
so.
It
I
ain't
mean,
that
at
deep.
least personally, I
ain't
I
that
think
deep.
Gojo is a good character. I mean, I think
Like,
his
if-
whole thing
I
of
like him
like
too.
Hey, listen,
being
I would understand. I would understand if Marin was like a good character and everyone else was just insufferable, but like that's not really the case.
Well, there's only 2 characters, so I guess it's too early.
Yeah,
to
there
tell.
are.
True.
Yeah, there are only 2 characters, and what else that I like about Gojo is that he's even though we did say I did go as far as say he's not a loser, they still paint him to be kind of not necessarily spineless as in he's allowing people like people like going back to Nagatoro. Like the way that Nagatoro bullied Senpai so like vehemently, and he just like allowed that shit to the point where he started crying, kind of like a little bitch because like she was his junior, and like sure her words hurt, but like you're really gonna let that happen to you? You're not just gonna like walk away. At least with Gojo, like at least people aren't like bullying him, but they're low key taking advantage of him by saying that they all gotta leave and they can't do the work, so they let Gojo do it, and he doesn't begrudge them for it, and he does agree to do it because it helps him stay out of people's way.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
like when Micah says that like he didn't like Gojo as a protagonist, I completely don't see that perspective, because what endeared me to the show at first was that I thought Gojo was an actually, immediately it might be like
This
a bit
guy has
much-
goals. He has
Yeah,
aspirations.
It might
I
be
mean,
a bit
I
much
guess
to
so.
say interesting,
And
but he leaves
I-
he leaves an impression.
I don't
And
know.
what I
'cause,
do
like,
like,
Yeah, compare him to like a fucking like the dude from Quintessential Quintuplets. I can't tell you a single thing about his personality.
Okay, but like the thing is, yeah, like while you guys are comparing it to like Takagi-san, Uzaki, Nagatoro, that's not what I'm comparing it to. I'm comparing it to Runway, Smile Down the Runway, and because like the similar premise of like a guy helps a girl with like dressing up and all that. Like I just think it's more similar to that, and I really like the main character in Smile Down the Runway because there was more to him, and like compared to this, it's like just this dude's like very infatuated. It's like okay, that's like at least he's developed in a way that like okay, he has interest. He's really interested in it, but like as someone who like gobbles down shonens like it's Tic Tacs, that's boring to me. Like of course a main character is going to be invested in whatever they're up to.
I haven't seen Smile Down the Runway, but I was reminded of that show's existence watching Dress Up Darling for the incredibly similar premises.
I mean, hey, there's a recommendation there for anyone who really liked this show.
Yeah, this is the first I'm hearing
Okay,
of Smile
but-
Down the Runway.
But here's the difference. Smile Down the Runway does not I can't speak on the animation quality, but from what I've seen of the trailers, it didn't look like it had the same
Oh yeah, it doesn't
caliber of
compete
animation.
in terms of animation. It doesn't compete.
Yeah,
at
and
all.
it also doesn't compete in terms of having Marin Kitagawa in the show. So check and mate.
Okay, I guess it evens out in the end. Congrats.
Maybe I just don't
Like, literally everything about Kitagawa is fucking perfect aesthetically. She's got the blonde hair with, like, those pinkish gradients a la Dragon Maid, which is, like, forever turned me on to gradient hairstyles, is, like, the end-all, be-all. She's got those awesome red eye contacts, the piercings, the choker. She has the top of her school uniform undone and the tie loosened off to show her bust. And a smile that I would commit all of the war crimes and all of the human atrocities for.
I mean, like, maybe I wouldn't hate it so much because, like, even though I'm saying all this, in the end, I still gave it like a 5 out of 10, maybe even a 6 on a good day.
A fucking 5, bitch!
I like how you say I still gave it a 5 out of 10 as if it's not like a bad score.
Hey, that's an average. I think it's a
5
it's a
out of 10 is
competent
average.
show. Yeah.
Five is slightly below. Well, I guess we're working on the 10-point scale. There is no exact middle point, but
I mean, I guess
even still,
5.5 would be the
a
middle
fucking
point.
5.
A 6 on a good day, you know?
Okay. Wait. Micah, did you watch episode 2?
No, I haven't. Because I just
alright.
I've seen
Okay,
episode 2.
that's your problem. That's your fucking. Oh wait, am I the only one here who watched episode?
No, I
I
saw
watched
episode
episode 2. I watched episode 2.
Okay, so
I have some
Frank,
choice
please
words for
regale
episode
them
2.
with the. Okay. Oh wait. So Evan,
I
you
feel like
also
this is
watched
where
episode
I'm
2?
gonna become controversial, because I really
God.
love episode 1. All right, I really like the premise of the show, and it introduces the 2 main characters. Immediately invested, but episode 2. So what I remember about episode 2 is that the girl goes over to Gojo's house, and then they don't leave. Like, she goes into his bedroom, and then they have a fucking 12-minute, I counted, 12-minute scene where Gojo's just, like, doing her sizes and getting all flustered. And it's just 12 minutes of that. The scene feels like it's endless.
Crunchy, you're underselling it. You're underselling it. You are describing it as if it is not the hottest fucking shit ever put to
it
TV
isn't.
anime
It
in the
isn't.
last 5 years.
I wanna make an anecdote here or whatever, because there is, because I work in a clothing retailer and we do tailoring, right? So when Marin said let's take the inseam, I immediately knew where this was going, because at the store I work at, we take the outseam precisely to avoid the situation that ended up happening in the show.
Oh, so you're telling me that tailors don't usually brush the vaginas of the people they're measuring clothes for?
I mean, at least at the store I work at, no.
Well, damn, you're in the wrong line of business, bud. You're working at the wrong store. You need to get a flight to Japan ASAP, my dude.
But, like, okay, so around the first third of the scene or so. All right, so he spent a few minutes getting embarrassed and all that, and it's like, normal anime bullshit, whatever. I can tolerate it for a little bit, it's within Gojo's
Crunchy,
character.
you keep brushing
But
over the fact
hold on.
that this okay.
So then after that,
Go ahead,
he steals his resolve, right? And he's like, I'm gonna measure this girl because she is, like, committed. She is committed to having this outfit, all right? I just need to steal my resolve and take those measurements and make her happy by making this outfit. And I thought the scene was gonna end there. And if it had ended there, I would have been happy, because that is like an emotional resolution to the scene. It doesn't overstay its welcome. But then it's like, he gets to the bust and he gets embarrassed again, and there's like 2 fucking minutes of him being embarrassed about measuring this girl. It's like, just measure them, just get to the point. All right, it's not funny.
Get your face all up in them.
It's not funny. It's not enjoyable to watch. Like, a guy getting embarrassed about tits it can only stay entertaining for so long, and that length of time is not 12 goddamn minutes.
I mean, I already had that problem with the first episode, with like, the glancing and all of that. Like, got boring for me.
I will say that if that continues to happen, because I that was the one worry that I had coming out of both episodes of the show, is that if there's going to be multiple scenes of Gojo taking Kitagawa's measurements and getting flustered every time, like, that's gonna get old really fucking fast. And I hope that either we just straight up don't see that shit, or if we do see it, then at least he's gotten used to it, or like he gets so into it that like he doesn't even think about it anymore. Like, it just desensitizes.
See, that's what happens in Runway, the Smile Down the Runway. Like, sure, the guy gets like flustered at first, but then he realizes that in his career as a fashion designer, he has to get used to it, and I like that.
That sounds awesome. I want to watch Smile Down the Runway now.
The difference between those professions, though, is that Gojo never had aspirations to design clothes for people, only for the dolls.
I mean, yeah, that's fair, but that's also like,
And I guess we should probably swing this back. I got so caught up in the fucking literally 12 out of 10 sex appeal of Kitagawa that we kind of jumped over the premise.
Oh yeah,
I mean, I think people get it by now.
Well, that's the purpose of the podcast, though. We gotta guide the sheeple to watch the good shit, and we gotta tell them about the good shit so that way they watch it.
But despite whatever criticisms like this show gets, honestly, I'd go as far as to say it's the only good show of the season, not counting sequels, because I don't have opinions on those.
I mean, I agree with you. I agree with you.
There are a couple this block. That I will go to bat for, but as far as the best show, I would be hard pressed to find any show from the second half of shows that we're gonna do in the next podcast, that will be better than this one.
Actually, I agree
because-
with you though, Neon. Like, it is the best show this season. I agree with you on that front.
You only seen the first episode. You gave it a fucking 5, and you think it's the best.
Oh god. I will say, all right, I've seen one show from the second block, and that show is, at least in my opinion, maybe if I had just seen episode 1, I'd say Dress Up Darling edges it out. But because I saw episode 2, I'd say the one show I've seen from the second block is so far better.
Okay, but now Crunchy. I know I just got done talking about we should go to the premise, but I need to just double back real quick because you kept brushing off the literal sex, like there is no other way to describe it than sex. The animation that they have on Kitagawa at like every single second.
All right, Neon
in
Manta,
episode
Neon
2.
Manta. All right, it's well animated, so it's kind of hot, but she's not my type.
L.
Damn.
L. Massive L.
L plus ratio. Young boy, you fell off. How the fuck? Have you seen the fucking fan art?
I have not seen the fan art. I've been
I
off of
guess
Twitter
you're also not
like a
on
month.
Twitter.
Why would
but-
I ever use Twitter?
Oh, so you can look at Kitagawa fan art, duh!
No, he has a point. Why do we use Twitter?
Dude, Kitagawa single-handedly should justify your use of Twitter for the next 3 months.
Two months ago, I said no more Twitter. It's just there to make me mad and bored. And then I stopped using it, and now I'm happier. And it's not
Well,
a
if it works for you,
coincidence.
then it works for you.
I don't know. I've never been depressed by Twitter. I don't know. Maybe
No.
I'm just different.
Same.
Yeah, you just curate your content, like the stuff you see on Twitter, and you'll never be mad. That's what I do, at least.
I barely look at the search section. I just go on the timeline, see. I don't find out about shit like Italian Tifa until my timeline brings it up for me.
Hey,
Yeah, but that's amazing, though.
See,
Like, how are you?
Yeah, that's why.
My
That's how you use Twitter.
listen, my time.
You wait for your people to bring you
My-
your
the
shit.
Twitter timeline is how I found out that Serena Williams not only shills NFTs, but that her husband founded Reddit, and I could not take that amount of psychic damage.
Wait, what?
You didn't hear about that?
Serena Williams' husband founded Reddit?
Yep.
Huh, you learn something new every day, I guess.
I found out she shills NFTs and her husband founded Reddit in the same tweet, and like that was just too much.
We'll see.
my lord.
That first sentence is believable, sadly, but that second one takes some processing. Anyways, all right. Premise: Dress Up Darling. So we already talked about how Gojo keeping his doll thing to himself, but then he meets Marin Kitagawa, the popular girl. She's hot as fuck. She's like the talk of her class. And then she walks in on Gojo in the home ec room, using a sewing machine and playing with like making clothes for his dolls. And she's like, "Holy shit, bro! You know how to sew? You know you like making clothes?" And then she shows him the cosplay outfit that she wanted to make, but she's not that good at it. And it's kind of shit. And when Gojo berates her for it, not out of maliciousness, but just out of like, in the same way like PC bros who like build PCs are like, what the fuck, you use the fucking Asus motherboard with your fucking gigabyte schlong, the super shitter graphics card? They're not compatible, bro. Why would you didn't look that up? You didn't go on PC Part Picker? And like, and in that sort of sense, like from an expert looking at a newbie, being like, "You've made these beginner level mistakes, bro."
Yeah, I guess it's kind of like that. Like I like that scene. Like I like the scenes where like they nerd out. Like those in particular are really well done.
Oh yeah, that's probably
And
one of my
so-
favorite aspects about their character dynamic, that they're both complete nerds. The girl, I forget her name for whatever reason, but she's like a super
forgot-
seemingly hardcore otaku or something
It's
of that
Kitagawa,
ilk.
you fucking
Kitagawa.
Philistine.
Kitagawa seems to be a hardcore
We've like
otaku.
name dropped her 10 times.
Yeah, but I have the memory
Fucking-
of a tortoise.
You remembered Gojo, but you couldn't remember Kitagawa.
Because
Gojo from
Gojo
the
is
better
2
show.
syllables and Kitagawa is 4.
Name another fucking anime character named Kitagawa.
I probably could actually, but I just don't remember any right now. But I know it exists.
Maker is going on the
for
My
some reason,
Anime
when I looked
search
up-
list as we speak, searching up all the characters that share the name Kitagawa.
When I looked up Kitagawa on YouTube, like right when the show came out, some Haikyuu clips came up, but I didn't see any character named Kitagawa, so I don't know.
Yeah.
Anyway, there's this really heartwarming scene where Kitagawa requests Gojo to make her a cosplay outfit because she believes that cosplay is like the #1 way to show your love for a character, and the character means so much to her, and she wanted to express that love through cosplay, but she was unable to because she's bad at sewing. And so even though Gojo has never made clothes for a person before, she is so touched by her words and her just like resolve to love her character despite what other people think. There's this awesome scene where one of her friends is talking about how she got hit on by a guy at the salon, and then he points out the anime character accessories that she has on her bag, and he's like, "Wow, you a nerd? Wow, that's so lame." And then her brow furrows. She fucking makes the disgusted. It's like she was looking at walking garbage face. And it's like, the only one lame here is you. And then walks off like the Sigma female that she is.
That scene was very good. And I really like the sort of, like, the show seems to be set out to contrast Gojo and Kitagawa, not just in, like, their general, like, oh, Kitagawa is more socially confident and has friends, and, you know, Gojo, you know, he's a loner. You know, that's all stuff we've seen before. But what isn't seen every day is that, you know, Kitagawa is, you know, she's very vocal and upfront with, like, her very nerd things that she likes. You know, as someone who, I mean, basically, the biggest thing in my life, aside from, like, writing, is anime. And, you know, I don't just bring that up to people. If people ask me, like, oh, what did you do? I say I watched TV shows instead of anime. Meanwhile, Kitagawa would totally be the type of person to say, I watched anime and they were all ecchi harems.
Yeah, that's one of the things that immediately endeared me to Kitagawa more.
You know, I like
I
like
can-
characters who just like don't care what people think of them. You know?
Yeah. Like,
Bro, she had literally zero fucking qualms being like, oh yeah, by the way, my favorite character that I want to cosplay as is this huge fucking slut from this porn game, and that I just happened to fall in love with, and she's like my favorite. She is from a humiliation sex slave non-con porn game. And
That
it's like,
one
then she
line-
goes on into great detail with one of my favorite screencasts being like, but it was an act of non-con out of love.
Yeah,
which is so
that
fucking
that
hilarious
screen
to me.
cap. That screen cap is so fun. That's the best part of the show. I laughed my ass off when I saw that.
It's an eroge, but it's epic.
Bro, like, I can imagine that even just like outside of fucking cosplay fanatics, the show will let people who have niche hobbies that they don't often get to share with others be seen and be like, because like, even like in that moment with Gojo, which is like one of my favorite moments from the show, where she's like, does it really matter if you're like being a boy or girl? Does that really matter if you just want to like do the thing that you love? And then he immediately flashes back to when his childhood friend berated him for liking girl dolls. And then like what I thought was going to happen was that he's going to be like, he was either going to say nothing in response to what she said, or be like, offer a meek response and be like, I don't know, like, what if they're right? But no, he just fucking stands up, be like, yeah, there's nothing fucking wrong with that. And he's like, he gets so impassionate about it. I'm like, hell yeah, Gojo, don't let anyone fucking tell you what you can and can't like.
As much as that scene is good, Gojo monologues too much. Like, way too fucking much. Like, God damn,
you know,
never shut up.
I wasn't bothered by it.
I never really noticed that, and perhaps that's because I've been reading Katanagatari recently, where that book will just have like 3 pages of monologue just randomly. So maybe my standards have been adjusted a bit, but I didn't really notice too much monologue. And to be fair, I also generally like it when characters talk for a long time, as long as it's about something interesting. And
I mean, for
this
me,
show
like,
has...
I just came off from reading the Shingo Natsume interview about like why the Sunny Boy barely has any monologues and all that, and ever since then it's like, holy shit, this is actually boring as fuck to listen to all the time.
I mean, I'm the kind of guy who like really loves it when a Monogatari episode will stay in one room for like like half an entire arc. So yeah, maybe I'm just very resistant.
Oh, but if
to getting
Kitagawa
bothered.
goes into a fucking bedroom with Gojo and strips down to her
Okay,
bathing
but that's-
suit for 12
they're
minutes,
not
you
talking
can't
about-
stand it.
Yeah, I can't stand it because they're not talking about something interesting. There's nothing to like hold my attention. It's just, oh, he's getting flustered again for like the 17th
You don't need dialogue
time.
when the blatant foot fetish by the author is on full display within
Okay,
episode 2.
I liked that
really
aspect.
He really channeled his Quentin Tarantino, which I'll have to bring that up in another show this block.
Yeah, I know exactly what the fuck you're talking about, and we'll get to that. Speaking of, kind of though, this is I didn't notice this until I was going down the list for this block of the podcast. Fucking Cloverworks, who did the show, put out 3 fucking shows this season. We'll get to the other 2 in this block of the podcast, but of the 3, I think this is definitely the best one.
Oh, for
Yeah, I
sure.
agree.
There is one that gives it a run for its money.
No,
and the other
no.
one I don't think quite hits the mark.
I feel bad for the Cloverworks staff. That
Yeah, but like I know they've been rapidly growing because at first they were an offshoot of A1, but now they've since grown into their own studio.
What?
And they've been taking on some like pretty big projects. They've had a mixed track record. They made some good shit.
Hang on.
I'm pretty sure they did season 1 of Promise Neverland, and then they did season 2 of Promise Neverland and instantly undid all that goodwill.
Yeah.
Uh,
I have not watched Promised Neverland, but I have seen the whole shitstorm that season 2 caused.
That's worth a fucking documentary
Yeah.
to look into. I demand. I'm desperate to know the behind the scenes story on season 2.
You know, the Cloverworks. I had to look them up because I knew who they were, but I was like, oh yeah, the first time they actually got noticed by anyone was Darling in the Franxx, huh?
I think that's when they started.
Yeah.
No, according
think
to
A1,
Wikipedia, they did Slow Start before.
What's
Or-
that?
That was their first.
Or-
That was
I
their
remember
first
that.
TV show. I could have sworn they like came into existence like with Franks to be like, all right,
Yeah, it says
we're gonna make
it
this little
says
offshoot
here.
show.
It says here, Slow Start was January 7th, 2018, and then Darling was January 13th, 2018.
Okay, well, same season.
And only
gue- I
one of
guess-
these shows had 02, so you could guess which one got the more attention.
I mean, Cloverworks have always been really fucking good at character design, if nothing else. Like even shows that like went under the radar, like Fugo Keiji, the Millionaire Detective, has some really good character designs.
Yeah.
Oh wait, they're making Spy X Family. Okay, that's gonna be a good one. All right.
Yeah, they're making Spy X Family and the like going off the trailers, which I know they're adapting from manga, like just like they're doing here, but like they're good with original designs and with adaptations of character designs. They translate well to animation, especially with the amount of animation going into this show because it looks beautiful.
Definitely the best looking show of the season.
Actually,
at
like,
least
is the
of this
animation like a
block.
combination of CGI or something? Because like it looks really like fluid and all that, but like a lot of the movements seem
I
like
think-
a little too
I don't-
fluid.
I think that's called rotoscoping.
It's not CGI.
I
It's
think-
yeah, rotoscoping.
Ah.
I didn't look into it to see if it was like confirmed. Either it's like really fucking smooth or it might easily be rotoscoping, which even then, that's not easy to pull off and make
like,
look
it
well.
was amazing, like what they did there.
Yeah, as long as it looks good,
the
I
fact
don't
that
really
if they
care
rotoscoped-
about the technique behind it.
Listen, Cloverworks, there's literally no way you're listening to this, but if you happen to have the rotoscoped test footage of whoever you had to draw on top of Kitagawa taking off all those clothes, the link to the P.O. box is in the description. Not really, but... It's not my fault, okay? It's not... If you watched it, you tell me she's not hot.
Neon's gonna go on a secret heist mission to get those files from Cloverworks.
Fucking Mission Impossible, that shit.
All right, well, there is one
I will
more.
say...
There is one more scene I want to talk about from episode 2, which is at the very end where his grandpa walks in on him watching the show because Kitagawa gave him this like porn show to watch because it's where she got the outfit from. And he like is completely completely unfazed, nonplussed about his grandpa just walking in on him. And I am very much hoping it felt weird. But they still can't explain it. Just say he's like gotten desensitized to it. Like from watching the thing and from like putting on the clothes. I'm hoping it's that so that we don't have to deal with him being flustered anymore.
Yeah, I did find it weird that I know because in his point of view, it's like real life versus a video game. But I did find it a little weird that he felt so embarrassed to take Kitagawa's measurements then, and then is actively taking notes on the outfits and angles of this porn game, which has a very much, as described by Kitagawa, explicitly weird kink shit.
If they don't explain it, then I'd consider it like an inconsistency in characterization. But if they do, once again, just say like, oh, he's gotten desensitized.
I mean, it's probably, realistically, it's probably just what Neon said. It's like, oh, this is a video game, and it's not real life, so...
Yeah, true. But, I mean, I wouldn't buy that explanation. I would not buy that explanation at all.
I mean, I don't know.
I wouldn't buy it either. At least in the context of like the series of events that we witnessed.
We'll have to see how the next like measuring session goes, assuming there is a next one.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, I guarantee. I haven't read the manga, but like going off of the OP, which has her in different outfits, I imagine like the season's going to be about them making the outfits together.
So like every arc is going to be like a new outfit like that, probably.
I'd imagine so. I can't imagine how the show. Surely the entire show is not going to be about making that one Shizuka character.
Outfit of the week.
Yeah.
I mean, Kitagawa is a fucking character designer's wet dream. The opening has her in all those different outfits, and she looks hot as fuck in every single one of them. Also, the OP, song-wise, it's not anything I write home about, but I can't help but loop that one clip of her doing the little hip swivel in the back while she's making hearts with her fingers. Literally perfect.
Oh yeah, I love the animation in the opening. It's amazing.
I don't remember
I
the song at all.
And I get fucking pure dopamine rush.
I want a show in the style of the ED, because that is cute.
I didn't watch the ED.
What the fuck?
I don't
watch it now.
Oh, dude, you made a horrible mistake,
Neon,
bro.
You know me. You know how much.
No. You made a horrible fucking mistake. I will skip EDs sometimes if they're not good. This one is going squarely on the never skip list.
Same here. It's
That's
so cute.
Even the EDs.
It is fucking okay.
Even the EDs.
They got
I don't always watch them.
Okay, they got a Pixiv artist named Futada to do the animation and artwork of the ED, and it is the cutest fucking shit. It's like lo-fi city pop chibi-esque. It's like the only thing I could think of is like a lo-fi city pop version of like the opening dance numbers from the Urusei Yatsura show. If you know what I'm talking about, like the little dances that the characters do.
Oh,
I
yeah,
do not.
I've seen that.
Yeah, and then fucking Kitagawa does the cutest fucking dance when the chorus hits, where she's just like shaking her arms in tune to the rhythm, and I can literally, my face cannot help but curl up with a big fucking grin every time I see it.
It's so adorable. I could
a
show
fucking
in
die
that
in
style.
real life, and someone could hold that up to my face, and then my heart would like pump itself back to life. It would physically, the rigor mortis would undo itself, and would start pumping non-existent blood throughout my body again. It is the cutest fucking shit. Also, Gojo is weirdly transphobic in it for some reason. Didn't understand what the point of that one was. I'm sure it was pure coincidence that
Maybe
the little space squid that he is trying to avoid getting suckered on the face by had the trans flag colors.
You know, maybe the Twitter, maybe the
incident.
artist has something, a little a certain
Maybe
opinion, and maybe wanted to
propaganda.
share it.
A little sus there.
The last thing I wanted to note about the show before we move on is that Kitagawa, I've seen people levy the criticism that she's like the ultimate manic pixie dream girl, and like, yeah, admittedly I do kind of see it. She's a disgusting anime degen that sleeps the body pillow of her waifu, plays porn games, watches anime while she does her makeup, is the most like sociable girl in her class, hot as fuck, hangs out with the loner kid, is like so into like the exact type of porn games that the people who want a manic pixie dream girl to be their girlfriend would be into. She's undressed in front of Gojo twice in both episodes.
I mean, I don't really see that as an issue.
Yeah, same here.
I don't see her as like a detraction of the character. Well, as well, maybe not the character, as like a detraction of the show, but I did see it like they levied it in the same way as like, oh yeah, of course the dude, the beta male with no game gets the girl who is like literally built to be the most perfect wife ever. And I think I had a point with it, but I just wanted to at least bring it up. I wasn't bothered by it because I think the whole thematic point of the show is about two people with relatively niche, I guess you could say underappreciated in like the mainstream hobbies, and they are finding each other and like building each other up through their passion in their own. Like, they're bringing together their passions to make something that both of them can fulfill themselves with.
Yeah.
Gojo can make clothes, not just for dolls, but now for a person, because that'll help Kitagawa feel like this character that she loves so much. And she's able to wear this cosplay. She's helping Gojo to make the stuff so that way he can partake in his favorite thing to do in the world and not feel like he has to keep it to himself anymore. And as someone who has spent the better part of like 3 to 4 years championing fucking porn games like Honey Pop and Subverse to people who are like, no, dude, it's good even if you like disregard the porn entirely. You gotta play those shits. As someone who like wants porn games like those, like the good ones, not just like the shitty trend of the week things that you'll see on like the Steam trending lists, like the actual stuff that has quality in it that just so happens to be a porn game like Honey Pop or Subverse. Like, I want to see those kind of games be like in the like general conversation of games in the same way as like the newest hot title of the month or like the biggest indie games. It made me feel seen when like she got so passionate about like her own favorite porn game.
That's a bit of an interesting way to connect with the show.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what I love about fucking media like this. You find the weirdest things that, like, not everyone is going to have the same connection, but I found it interesting. I found that it appealed to me personally, and as far as I'm concerned, that's all that fucking matters, bro. And maybe I can only hope that it appeals to other people.
I mean,
too.
yeah, I'm pretty sure that's why it appealed to a lot of people and why it got so popular. Because like, it's really about like accepting hobbies and stuff, and that's what part of what like everyone likes about it.
I mean, keep in mind it's also an anime.
Sexualization plays a part of it because the top tier boob physics is something that some people are weirdly hornily into, and the fact that they're so fucking realistic and hot.
Oh yeah, I guess there's that too. I kind of forgot they were in my timeline as well.
I mean,
Just
on that
kidding,
note,
they were
Micah,
in my timeline.
this is an anime where like being an otaku is kind of like a not very socially accepted hobby in most spheres, and you know, having an anime about having your hobby not being socially accepted, you know, it's kind of
it's
something
here,
oh,
but like in the classroom scene of episode 1, there's a lot of kids talking about anime. That doesn't happen in real life. Not even Japan. No one talks about anime. No one talks about, ooh, that seiyuu was really good. No one talks about anime like that in high school in Japan.
Counterpoint. maybe it's because I hang out with that crowd, but like when I was going to, you're gonna kill me for this, by the way, sell my old Yu-Gi-Oh cards that I bought last year to try to get back into it, but just didn't get into.
Yeah.
I went to a card shop. I went to the local trading card shop, and these guys were just talking about anime, and I just joined in with the conversation, being like, "Oh yeah, this season's kind of like
card games and anime are sort of adjacent to each other, especially like stuff like the more Japanese kind of side of card games. In fact, even Magic fans who know anime, like it's kind of adjacent, but like in high school, no one talks shit like that about their favorite singers.
All right.
Like that.
To build off of Neon Manta's point, one time someone was talking about anime on my bus, and I just inserted myself into the conversation. So, I mean, I'd say it's plausible. They weren't talking about, like, the seiyus or anything, but they were talking about shows they liked.
I'll say it's really just, like, the seiyus part that's kind of a little bit...
I mean, honestly, it's such
I feel like that's a weird. I feel like that's a weird thing to get.
I know. It's really
just a non-issue, which is why I said it's a tangent. So, like, don't worry about it. It's just something that I found very funny. Like, wow, this universe really likes anime for some reason. But that's about it.
Well, we've spent a long time on it. Before we wrap up our thoughts on My Dress Up Darling, I do want to point out one last thing. That her little skip that she does when she everything about Kitagawa is so cute, adorable, and hot. But then when Gojo says, "Yeah, okay, I'll make the outfit for you," and she does the little face where she brings her hands up to her mouth and she's like gasping a little, and then she does her little celebration and then skips all around and she's like celebrating that she can finally be Shizuku-tan. It is the fucking cutest.
That was adorable.
Mm-hmm.
I want that clip to play on loop in my head forever. It is unreal how perfect Kitagawa is as like she's not the best character, like writing wise. She's not yet gotten her chops in. She needs more time. It's only been 2 episodes, but at least in terms of like aesthetics, she's
she's aesthetically pretty great, and like she probably carried. She's probably why I carried through the end of episode 1, and maybe I will check out episode 2 just for her.
I highly recommend My Dress Up Darling. I think it will end up being show of the season.
I agree with that.
Yeah, I'm surprised by how much the show is just batting and firing on all cylinders. It's hitting all the bases. It's funny. It's emotional. It's well animated. It's got the great attention to detail on certain aspects that we'll dive into, and like it's making me laugh, it's making me feel, and I'm surprised that one anime rom-com is getting me to feel this sort of way. In recent memory, my favorite anime rom-com has been Love is War, which is impeccable. It's incredible. And while this one, it's too early to say what kind of tier it's on compared to Love is War, but if it's able to maintain this quality and the rate of progression that it's going at right now, it might eclipse it.
I would not go quite that far, but then again, I also personally give Kaguya like a 10 out of 10. So
oh yeah, dude,
I may like it. Oh, you give it a 10 out of 10 too?
I gave season 2 in particular a 10 out of 10. Season 1 was a 9.
Okay, well, I would not quite give Dress Up Darling near that level of praise, but it is still like an incredibly solid show. The shows that I thought of personally while watching Dress Up Darling, the sort of teasing subgenre. You've got like Takagi, Uzaki, Nagatoro, and also this show. And I have not seen Takagi, which I know you want to kill me for because you really like Takagi. But I have seen Uzaki. Really I have seen Uzaki and Nagatoro. And, you know, Nagatoro is like very light 7 material for me. So after watching the first 2 episodes, I thought it was plausible, in fact, probably pretty likely that Dress Up Darling would surpass Nagatoro. But Uzaki is the one I'm a bit more surprised about because I am like a pretty big fan of Uzaki. I mean, the visuals make it near unwatchable at times, but, you know, Uzaki, pretty good. This is better than Uzaki. This is the best of the teasing subgenre that I've seen so far. And it's not even that close. Like, it was not a difficult decision to say this is above Uzaki. This is just clearly above Uzaki.
I wouldn't go as far as to put this in that teasing subgenre you described. That's a pretty specific niche that shows like Takagi, Nagatoro, and Uzaki fill. And like, cause Kitagawa isn't really like a teaser. Like, she will tease Gojo occasionally, but like the show is not about her teasing him. It's about two people finding passions within each other and helping them explore those passions and raising each other up to do so. By doing so, rather.
Yeah, that is fair to point out because it does have like a lot of a different rhythm than Uzaki and Nagatoro. But it's at least very similar on like a premise level, at least I felt. And that's mostly the closest thing I could relate it to.
So, we come to the big question though. Has the show surpassed Total Fantasy Knockout for you as your favorite show of the season?
That's difficult to say just because I've seen only 3 episodes of Total Fantasy Knockout, whereas I've seen 7 of this. And so I'm not sure if Total Fantasy Knockout manages to like keep its quality going. But I'd say it could go either way.
Alright, so we covered the first 2 episodes of Dress Up Darling in the Winter 2022 podcast. Check it out. Card in the top right corner, by the way. And the vibes that they gave off from the first 2 episodes, especially episode 2, where it went full fucking dick on the table horny for, like, it went hog wild. Like, it went from 0 to 100 right quick.
I guess the scenes like episode 2, because, alright, so episode 2 is primarily one giant scene of Gojo measuring Kitagawa's sizes. And I guess it's scenes like that make me sort of relate it to the teasing subgenre, even if it doesn't have that much actual teasing.
Well, that's just anime rom-com pervert bullshit. Like, that's just
true.
Like, you'll see that kind of shit in like fucking Rent-A-Girlfriend.
I mean, I have not seen Rent-A-Girlfriend, so I would not know.
Good. Like, it's even in like, there's similar shit going on in like Girlfriend going back to like the summer podcast, where like in just the first episode, both the 2 girls were like coming out of the shower naked in front of the main dude and talking about having a 3-way. Granted, this show is being taken more seriously than something like Girlfriend.
For sure.
But the level of fan service going on, it's hot out of the gate. It's like full dick up your ass.
Yeah, and I was afraid in the Winter 2022 podcast that, I found episode 2 to be really boring overall, and I was afraid that the rest of the show would just go down that path. And thankfully, it did not. There is no fan service scene quite that long in the rest of these episodes. Episode 2 is like literally the most fan service for the most amount of time that this show ever has so far.
Mind you, I'm not complaining about it. I know you might have take some issue with it. But I honestly, they could fill a movie with Kitagawa just being half naked in a swimsuit and getting her measurements done for an hour and a half, and I'd applaud. It would be my Citizen Kane.
Well, I found it quite boring in episode 2 and quite repetitive. So, not that I have a problem with fan service in general, but when it's just 11 minutes of fan service over and over and over again, and Gojo just being embarrassed over and over and over again, I can't help but feel like, I get the point, move on.
So I'm curious to see your perspective on between the podcast and now. Has Kitagawa become more your type since between then and now?
I will admit there are some moments, some lines with Kitagawa, like she'll say something super adorable, like the best example of this is in episode 6, like near the beginning, where Kitagawa has this monologue about being head over heels, quote unquote, in love with Gojo. And she just keeps on going on and on about it, like blushing. And I just thought that was like adorable and heartwarming. That put like a huge smile on my face. And I thought, that's very adorable. She was very cute in that moment. So, yeah, she's more of my type now. Basically what I'm trying to say. She has a lot more cute moments.
It is just pure unfiltered serotonin just looking at Kitagawa being Kitagawa and seeing what the things that she does, the faces that she makes. It is almost impossible. I'm convinced that the boys over at Cloverworks made some demonic pact with the devil to make just the most perfect anime girl in history. Like every little thing she does is magic.
I will say that Kitagawa, like as the show went on, I found myself really, really endeared to her. Like the first 2 episodes, establishes who she is, right? But I'm not that invested yet. It's just like, okay, she's popular girl, she's fun, whatever. I get where it's going. She seems pretty interesting so far, but it's not quite that, hook into like completely investing me. But particularly around the time of episode 4, I started to like really like Kitagawa. I think the first moment where I was like, I love Kitagawa, like entirely, is when okay, so a bit of context as to what happens in episode 4. Gojo basically overworks himself in order to give Kitagawa this costume. And Kitagawa is like so torn up about the fact that she put Gojo through this that she outright starts crying and apologizes for like making him do that. And Gojo's like, no, it's fine. And she's like, no, but you went through all this work. And I was like, aw, that moment, so heartwarming and touching. Like I just wanted to hug both Gojo and Kitagawa.
I was mad that neither of them hugged each other, damn it.
Fair response. There are a lot of great Kitagawa moments where, like, I guess what puts a good character, like, what makes a great character over a good character to me is, like, those small moments where they're just, like, completely themselves and being completely charming while being completely themselves. And I've noticed a lot of those moments for Kitagawa. Not so much for Gojo. I'd say he's still a really good protagonist, but he's not, quite that ball of pure charm and wanting to hug as Kitagawa is.
I gotta disagree with you on that one. I am 100% sold on both Gojo and Kitagawa. After episode 2, I was a little worried about Gojo. As I mentioned in the podcast, I feared that if they kept milking the embarrassment that Gojo felt every time he'd have to get into a sexy situation with Kitagawa, I thought that was gonna get tiring real quick. No, they delved into his self-doubt and his overbooking himself and trying to balance his schedule, and to the point where he questions his ability to like even fulfill the needs of his friend, and that also ties into his ability to make the clothes and like be good at what he loves to do, and that kind of got to me a little.
All right, hold on.
When
can
he's
we
just
like
sitting there alone in the dark.
Can we hyper focus on episode 4 for a bit? Because episode 4 was the part where I was the most on board with Gojo as a protagonist, and 2, my favorite episode of the entire show, bar none.
I want to talk about episode 3 before we get into episode 4, just so we can go in order.
All right, that's
if you want to hear our thoughts about episodes 1 and 2, go watch our podcast. But I'm gonna be titling this video episodes 2 through 7 anyway. But we'll have already. We've already summed up more than our thoughts. Everyone's seen the fucking scenes of Kitagawa posing half nude in her bathing suit on repeat for hours on end anyway, so they already know what it goes down. The true fans know what's up. Alright, so in writing, they say the best way to make the audience endear with your characters is to make them as relatable as possible. and that way they can be humanized, and the audience can see themselves in the characters, and that way they can form a personal connection that might not have existed otherwise. Therefore, having Gojo coom at the mere thought of Marin Kitagawa is the most relatable thing on the planet. Therefore, Gojo is one of the greatest characters of all time. I rest the case.
You know what? Fair point. Fair point.
So yeah, episode 3 starts off with Gojo just literally wet dreaming himself over Kitagawa. By the way, we need to also take this time to appreciate the art and character animation of this show, because Jesus fucking Christ. Like, back to what I was saying about the show being well-rounded. They can go from, like, sexy to comedic in, like, the turn of a hat. The characters can be, like, bouncy, energetic, and funny when they need to be, and hot as fuck when they need to be.
Actually, a bit of and this isn't really a complaint, since this is, like, a thing in every anime, but I did find it at least a little amusing. Like, how much better animated the first, like, 2-3-ish episodes are compared to the rest. And once again, this is every anime. But, like, the first 3 episodes are, like, outright impressive when they're with their animation. Some of the later episodes are like, okay, this is just a normal, well-animated show, but still very well-rounded overall. It may not be as impressive as it goes on, but it's still, like, way better looking than most anime, because most anime looks like Garbo.
I would say that while the animation might take, like, a slight dip in quality, it's only because they don't go for the full-on beautiful character cuts as often as they do in the first several episodes, but the art is consistently gorgeous. Like, there's never a time where the character art looks bad. I never looked at a character once in the show and was like, ooh, that looked ugly. The ugliest thing I noticed in this show...
consistent.
Yeah, the ugliest thing I ever noticed in this show is that there's one part in episode 3, I think it was, when they're, after they're done shopping and they're walking home on the street. There's a shot where I think they couldn't afford to paint a new background in time, so they put the characters at normal resolution and, like, in a mid-frame shot, mid-size, middle distance of their just a waist up. And the background, I think they just zoomed in on it instead of drawing a new one. And you can count the pixels. The resolution is so bad on that background. I'll post a picture of it on the video right now. But it's the one time in the entire show I looked at it when I looked at anything in it and went, "Ooh, that looks ugly."
Neon Manta, I am going to applaud you for just giving yourself extra work. Congratulations. I feel bad for you.
Oh no, I have to screenshot one scene of an episode that I've already screenshot.
Oh, you already have
put
it
it into the.
Okay, never mind.
Yeah, because it's the only time I noticed something that looked off in the show. And I have to put the photo on the premiere timeline. Oh god, the slave labor.
Breaking labor. Oh no. But episode 3 is admittedly the one that I remember the least of all the ones that we're talking about, just because, I saw episodes 4 through 7 today, whereas I saw episode 3 like a day or two after it came out, and then just sort of stopped watching the show for a little while. When did you watch episode 3?
Today, as the same time as 4, 5, 6, and 7.
All right, then a little more about what happens than me. So how about you recap the plot real quick and give me a bit of a refresher?
So Gojo, out of shame for not only coming to the thought of Kitagawa being, like, lewd around him, and also not wanting to drag Kitagawa's social status down by being like, oh, he's friend with Kitagawa? No way, that must be bad, or like that cliche. What I appreciate about it is that they're able to, excuse me. What I appreciate about it is that they're able to stamp it out right away, as Gojo starts to avoid Kitagawa, but Kitagawa just follows him to his hiding spot and be like, hey man, if you have a problem with me, like, say it to my face, which is just one more aspect to throw onto the Tower of Babylon sized pile of reasons to love Kitagawa. She's direct, she doesn't bullshit. The only time she's like, you would ever accuse her of hiding her feelings is just not telling Gojo how much she loves him, which that happens later on in the show, but you can understand why she wouldn't want to pour her heart out right there in that one aspect, but every other facet of her life, she is direct and honest. Like she doesn't fuck with people.
Yeah, I'm glad you recapped that part of the episode, because I had forgotten all about that little subplot. Even though it was probably the best part of episode 3. We get some Kitagawa being cool, some development from Gojo. That's another thing where Gojo's character is getting a bit more depth to it. I'd say that's all very solid writing. And then afterwards, this is where I start remembering what actually happens in episode 3. They go out shopping for materials, and it just becomes sort of a fun slice of life, as far as I remember, unless I'm forgetting something major.
No, you're not forgetting anything too major. That's all they do for the rest of the episode. They go shopping, they hang out to eat a little bit. I just want to point out that it feels so fucking good to watch a couple in an anime actually talk and have a normal human conversation. Like, even though they're talking about like shit like cosplay and porn games, the way they talk about them feels so natural and like not forced at all. They don't have, not to say that I'm against wild bombastic reactions to shit, because that happens in the show from time to time as well, but when they just like get down and talking about like the nitty-gritty of what they love about cosplaying or porn games, or just like the individual facets or little quirks about it, like the little like tricks of the trade and tips and what to do and what not to do, and even just like their general feelings on people and how they feel about like just aspects of life. Like there's this one moment in episode 3 where Kitagawa is showing Gojo a bunch of cosplayers, and she's like, "Hey man, you didn't say anything about them. Do you not think they're cool, or do you don't think they look good?" And he's like, "No, it's not that I don't think they look good. It's just that the word beautiful," like it gets a little melodramatic the way he says it, but they salvage it by bringing it back around in a later episode, which we'll talk about. He goes on to talk about how
you say that line is a bit melodramatic. I actually kind of like how pretentious it is. It's an odd side of Gojo that I didn't expect to see, and it is actually, I mean, first of all, relevant to the plot, oddly enough, and second of all, it's just kind of like unexpected from Gojo, and therein characterizes him, I think, a lot more than if that line wasn't there.
Well, I like how they justify it in universe by having Kitagawa immediately follow up with, it's good to not have things it's good to have things you refuse to compromise on.
That is such a
and, like,
Kitagawa line.
Yeah, because I like how they don't. I suppose I like how they do just generalize about things like just refusing to compromise on. Like obviously in life, like especially with like other people, you'll have to make compromises in like not just like romantic relationships, but even like the like friends, or like even just going out to hang out, like even with the people like your family, you would have to make compromises or like reach a middle ground to do things occasionally. But it's nice like to have like, it's something as ultimately like maybe even insignificant as where Gojo describes how he feels about using the word beautiful around people, or things that he would describe as beautiful. Something that maybe as ultimately as insignificant as that, the something that he refuses to compromise on. And I just think that's really cool, and it's cool, especially how Kitagawa validates him, because she feels the same way. And then they follow it up with that other cute line about like, there's just some things you can't compromise on, and then Gojo's like, "You mean like boob bags?" And she's like, "Hell fucking yeah, brother."
I'm really glad that you brought up the dialogue, because now that you mention it, I feel like that's one of the main things that keeps Dress Up Darling watchable on a moment-to-moment basis. And I'm especially going to be praising the show for it in like some of the later episodes. But the dialogue is, like you said, very almost realistic in a way. Obviously it's anime dialogue, not completely realistic, but it feels very natural and, like you said, not forced, very conversational, I guess.
Yeah, conversational is a good way to put it. Doesn't it just feel like a weight is taken off of your back and shoulders to watch an anime couple that you know is going to be, like, especially in a rom-com that you know are going to get together at some point? Doesn't it feel great to watch them talk and interact and not fucking, like, misunderstand each other on a 24/7 basis? To just have them be direct with each other and, like, acknowledge things that the other is saying. It sounds weird that I have to praise it like this, but in a genre, in a medium where that shit is the exception and not the norm, it just feels good to see. Like, literally the only time there's a miscommunication between the two is about the date of the event and, like, Kitagawa's expectations of being able to go to it on time, and that is entirely, like, plot focused. Like, if that misunderstanding was not there, we would not have the emotional crux of episode 4.
Yeah, I haven't seen enough generic anime rom-coms to really, like, feel that sense of relief, but I definitely would have begun to get annoyed had it followed the sort of, like, standard route of, like, misunderstandings and stuff like that. Even though I feel like I'm more tolerant of misunderstandings in anime than most people, but then again, maybe it's just because I haven't seen, once again, that many basic rom-coms.
Oh my fucking god, imagine if Kitagawa was a tsundere. This show would be unfucking watchable.
Well, if she was a tsundere, we wouldn't have even been covering it. We would have been like, fuck that, not putting ourselves through that torture.
But no, author Shinichi Fukuda, he knows what's going on. He knows what's up. And I've definitely come to appreciate the writing. I'm obviously going to check out the manga when the show is done, because I'm not that big a manga boy. I'm definitely will watch the anime first, then read the manga. Will purposefully stop at wherever the anime is in the manga, wait for the anime to continue, then go back to the manga, which it can be torture, especially for things like Dragon Maid, which is my all-time favorite manga, and I haven't even finished it yet because I stopped where this first season of anime stopped at.
You know, it's funny that you mentioned the manga, because after finishing all of the episodes of Dress Up Darling, I went for a walk, and around halfway through the walk, I was just thinking about the show, and I was like, I think I want to read the manga for this. Yeah, when episode 12 airs, I'm going to pick up where the anime leaves off. So I think I'm going to become a manga boy for Dress Up Darling.
I will definitely add Dress Up Darling to my short list of manga that I will have physical copies of, and what sucks for me right now, this is a personal thing, I literally cannot buy any more manga, not because I don't have the money to, but because I just don't have the space. My shelves are completely full. Like, I can't even buy any more video games now. Like, even after I buy Elden Ring this Friday, I'll not be able to, like, buy any more new video games without having to, like, put them somewhere else that's not my shelf, and I think that's unacceptable.
I don't even have a shelf. I stack all of my manga, my video games, my Blu-rays, my light novels, my normal books, all
I
on
can't
top
stack,
of my
man.
dresser.
I need shelves. I need shelves. I need that's what shelves are for.
Dude, the worst part is that my cat always jumps on top of my dresser and, like, rubs up against my manga.
Knocks it all down.
She doesn't knock it down, surprisingly enough, but she, like, the stack will be slightly off center or, like, tilted.
No,
you
know what
you
know what your cat's doing? It's giving you authenticity. So that way, when you grab a manga and you open up to a page of a cat girl, you'll find cat hair on the page, and it's like realistic.
It's like those hyper 3D 4D movies, except manga.
Yeah, it's like smell-o-vision. Your cat will leave its scent, its aroma on the manga, so it's like smell-o-vision. Or,
oh my God,
perhaps
this
those scratch
manga.
and sniff pages.
Oh, this manga about cat girls. It smells like cat piss. This is so realistic.
How much you want to bet there's an actual manga about cat piss out there?
God, there's a manga
It's-
or an anime for everything. It probably exists.
It's probably degen enough.
Here's a weird thing I want to say about the sort of feeling that I get from the dialogue in Dress Up Darling, because I came up with this comparison a while ago, and it's a bit of an odd one, so hear me out. So the dialogue in Monogatari is very like almost difficult to watch in a sense, because every character is constantly obfuscating the point they're making, and it's very like you have to read into what they're saying, and it's very activating the neurons in your brain, but also kind of hard to watch at times. Dress Up Darling is the exact opposite of this, where it feels like I don't have to struggle at all to keep up with the dialogue. It's not really activating my neurons on that same level, but it's also a lot more pleasant and human, and a lot more easy to like than Monogatari's dialogue, even though I love Monogatari's dialogue, right? Dress Up Darling's dialogue is just so easygoing and easy to follow. I don't have to strain at all, and it's very pleasant. And yeah. So that's sort of the way I described the feeling of Dress Up Darling's dialogue. If that makes
Speaking of
any
feelings.
sense.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. Speaking of feeling, episode 4 is where we get to the feels of the show. I can't imagine that the season will reach a emotional high point as high as this one. Maybe it will. I have no idea the direction the manga goes, except for one thing that I know happens in the manga because it's a very beloved panel that I shan't spoil. Even though when I found out, I was glad to see that it happened.
I think
yeah.
I know what it is just from your description of it. But anyway, don't answer my...
Yeah, we won't spoil it for the viewers. Episode... Oh, go ahead.
My thoughts on like episode 3 was that it was in between episodes 1 and 2 in terms of quality. And I was like, okay, is it really gonna live up to the hype it had in episode 1? Is it really gonna reach that level? And then it did immediately. When the first episode I watched today was better than episode 1, and I was so happy when I saw it. Episode 4 is absolutely amazing, and it starts off amazing too, because the very beginning of the episode is Gojo realizing, I have to get this costume done in 2 weeks. Oh my god, I don't know if I can do that. And then it has the narrator say, Slippery Girls has started to violate Wakana, and I burst out laughing. That narration is so hilarious.
Yeah, I did notice that they use a narrator, like, very sparingly. Like, I think I only ever noticed the narrator twice in the 7 episodes that are currently out. Once at that point, and then the other time where we jump around to episode 7, where Gojo visits Kitagawa in her room, and then he's at first he's nervous about being in her house. Then he goes in her room and sees all her degenerate bullshit all over the walls, and he's like, "Yeah, this is your room." And the narrator's like, all of Wakana's anxiety melted away.
I honestly forgot that this. I honestly forgot about the narration in episode 7. I thought this was like the only time they used a narrator, just for this one thing.
So, the show takes a very weirdly serious turn at first, where what you'd think would be a haha funny gag actually sets up one event which creates a domino effect for Gojo, where he is, after buying all the things for the cosplay outfit with Kitagawa, he is discovered by his grandfather that he bought one of the things that he bought was stockings, ladies' undergarments, and he fell over on the stairs and hurt his back. And at first you'd be like, in literally any other anime, this would just be a shocked, funny haha reaction. No, this motherfucker goes to the hospital because of that.
All right, admittedly, when he falls over because of the stockings, that's not really all that funny. But when it hard cuts to the hospital, that had me laughing even harder than the narration. Like, the beginning of this episode is very funny. Admittedly, the conversation afterward, I found it funny when it hard cut to the
I was gonna
hospital.
say, I don't think they were going for comedy. I think they were actually trying to like stack the weight of
Well, hold on. I'll
like
get
the
to
pressure
that.
on Gojo's shoulders.
Because you are right there. I think the hard cut to the hospital was meant to be a gag just because of the way it was timed. But the conversation afterwards at the hospital is definitely supposed to be serious, at least on some level. And admittedly, it's kind of hard to take it seriously just because of A, the context, B, that smash cut to the hospital. But I also don't know how they could have made it, how they could have done that conversation better, essentially. Because I think the conversation is necessary to set up sort of the grandpas in the hospital, because that's another thing on Gojo's plate during his period of complete overwork, which, yeah, I'd say that the inclusion of the sort of hospital side plot was very much warranted in the context of the episode.
Yeah, and then to stack on to his issues, we see that not only does he have to balance seeing and taking care of his grandfather while he has an injured back staying with his at his cousin's place, he also has to deal with midterms at school. And then this is where we get to the very relatable part of the episode. Yet another relatable facet to Gojo, wanting to work on a personal project, but life and its many expected and unexpected events will get in the way, and will do like everything. It seems like the fucking universe will conspire against you to keep you from working on your project.
Yeah, I related a lot to this episode. Like, okay, near the beginning when I was like, oh, is this going to be an overworking arc? I was like so excited because I was like, yes, I need this. I can relate to this so heavily because I've
had New Deal for animation, by the way.
Because I have had many a sleepless nights caused by editing a video for 10 hours straight. I can relate to when Gojo is like working on the costume in the dead of night and then, you know, goes to sleep immediately, like goes to school. It was
I've
very...
also had moments. I've had moments like that where, especially with my, the one time I had to do that the most was for my college final, where I had to edit a video to turn in as my final capstone project. And I was like, all right, let's see how much of this I can get done in like the last few days, because I already got the good like the planning part of it done. So now I'll just buckle down and spend this entire weekend getting it all done. And every single night I had to stay up to like the late hours in the night, and then on the final night, like the morning before it's due, I had to stay up till like fucking 6 a.m. It was the longest all-nighter that I've ever pulled off. And I was like,
God.
And it's like, it's like I gotta edit the thing, and it sucks too, because obviously not only do I want it to be good for the grade, I'm also a fucking perfectionist for the quality. To at least in the ability that I can currently perform at the level that I can currently edit in Premiere at. So I was like, all right, I have to make sure that this is fine. I can't cheap out on this. I have to make it look as like not only professional, but as good as I want it to, as I have to make it look. And they go into this something like this in the episode where Gojo is thinking about like the dolls and how just because you love something doesn't necessarily mean you'll be good at it. And these words get echoed to him by his grandfather, where he's like, yeah, but don't you think it's because you love something that you're able to tough out things about it, especially when it gets rough? And it's like that part is like just kind of the go-to answer for that kind of advice, that kind of mindset. But man, when he's fucking in his room in the dead of night and he's like staring up, like his room, all his space is a mess. He like starts crying because he is doubting his ability to perform. I see, like, this is me. I'm in this picture and I don't like it.
I'm in this picture.
Granted, I've never gone like to that level of like, obviously this is a little over dramatized for the sake of good narrative content, but and like at least on a spiritual level, I have felt that.
I am in this picture and I quite like that I am in this picture. Not the situation, but that I can see that reflected back at me in anime. Because it was like the most relatable thing I've seen in a while. And a part of me feels like, or no, not just a part of me, I feel like the author is sort of, in a sense, writing himself into the story here. Like, I feel like the particulars of it are like very particular to writing, or like not just writing, but like creating any sort of art thing or like hobby thing and being a perfectionist about it. I feel like that's too particular for the author to have not gone through this exact same thing. And also, I just know that writing a manga is a lot of work and probably takes many all-nighters throughout your career as a mangaka. So I imagine the writer is sort of putting himself on the page too.
Yeah, I was saying this back all the way from the Winter podcast, and I still think that it holds true today. I think what the biggest strength of My Dress Up Darling is that it's a show that is allowing people who might not feel seen to be seen. Like, even from just like the little stuff that fucking weird degenerates like me can connect to, like Kitagawa gushing over porn games and finding like ways to connect to people like through that, or just like describing the appeal, or even like broader, more general themes, like just being able to like not thinking that you're not able to perform well at the things that you love to do, and doubting that if like you were even meant to, if you're cut out for this sort of thing. And I feel like that's one of the reasons, at least I think the biggest reason, why this show is so popular. Outside of, the goddess Kitagawa, long may she reign. God bless.
I feel like it's hard to watch this show and not find something to relate to. But it's also not one of those shows that's like so broad with its themes that like, you can relate to it, but you can't connect with it. It's got both. I feel like it's hard to not relate to it, but it's also easy to connect with because there's enough particularity in the way it shows the relatable stuff that it's like, it feels very particular, even though there is like a lot of broad stuff in a sense. I feel like most people, for instance, can relate to Gojo overworking himself and having like this crammed schedule. But the particularity of it, the perfectionism, him working on a thing he's passionate about, doubting his ability, and like all of that presented in the way it is makes it, not just relatable, but like, I feel like this is me.
Yeah. Another moment that just like stacked onto the I'm in this photo and I don't like it is that moment where he's in the Hina doll shop and he gets a call from one of the customers who wants to schedule a tour of the shop, and they have to do it by tomorrow because they have a guest visiting from France, and they can only do it that day and not another day where Gojo is free. And like you can see him like, he, as much as he wants to get to work on the costume, and like he also has to balance going to see his grandfather and studying for midterms all on top of this. So but being too much of like a pussy whipped bitch to Hina dolls and just generally other people's needs, putting them above his own. And like mind you, he does not, like, even though he thinks that Kitagawa wants to do this event in 2 weeks, he does not owe Kitagawa that 2-week deadline. Like, yeah, they're friends, but there's nothing in their like agreement to make the outfit that he was going to do it in time for the event. Like he could have just been like, you know what, it's like just not possible. I cannot get this outfit done in the 2-week span. We're just gonna have to miss this event. But it's like, and what brought him back from the brink was during that flashback when he's talking with his grandfather as a kid, and his grandfather's talking about how, doing the things that you love, you tough it out even when it's rough because that means you love it. And then he pulls out the photo album of all the customers who love the Hina dolls that he worked on, and it's like seeing their smiling faces, that's what makes it all worth it. And then Gojo gets flashbacks of Kitagawa's smile, which is the most justified motivation in fictional history, allowing him to pull himself out of his funk and get to fucking put his nose to the goddamn grindstone. He's on that motherfucking grind.
Just everything about that moment was so well done. And another thing,
Yeah,
too, I
Gojo's
mentioned
base
this.
as fuck. I will tolerate no more slander of him. Fuck you, Micah. Remember when he was saying he's such a beta?
Oh, he's so passive. He's such, like, for a lack of a better term, he's such a beta. Like, oh, I hate him so much.
No.
Oh no, my grandpa doesn't know I don't actually have friends. Oh, I'm just sick of this loser bullshit.
Yeah. How much of a beta is he now, bitch?
Gojo is a Chad. Gojo is awesome.
He's a king.
Alright, so another thing, I mentioned this a bit earlier, like Kitagawa crying for the work that Gojo did. That, like, I really loved that moment, and I don't know, I was feeling something weird because of that moment. And the note I wrote
feeling
for
human emotion for the first time.
Yeah, the note I have is Kitagawa crying for the work Gojo did is fan service on some whole new ascended plane. Holy shit, I needed that. And what I mean by that is that, like, you know, obviously I'm projecting myself onto Gojo a little bit. I relate to the situation. You know, I know what it's like to work for like 5 hours straight on something you're really passionate about, and then at the end be like, did I really do any good work that entire time? Am I worthwhile? And then just Kitagawa showing nothing but appreciation for the work he did to the point where she's crying. Yeah, it just felt.
It's
It was amazing.
I want to point out when you said fan service on a whole new level. Like, yeah, having Kitagawa be like half naked in a swimsuit or like showing off her legs, tits and ass to Gojo is one thing. No, the kind of fan service I need in anime is just an anime girl validating me in all of my struggles and telling me that I am worth it. That was more emotionally fulfilling than any fucking fan service any porn could provide.
This is emotional fan service. This is fan service for the soul.
I need my eyes to cry right now, not my dick. I also love how Kitagawa is fucking smitten by seeing Gojo like genuinely smile for the first time. And just seeing the way her eyes light up.
Actually, fun fact, all right? After I had like taken that big break from Dress Up Darling and like hadn't seen an episode for like 3 weeks, I actually saw the clip for that scene on YouTube and was like, that's pretty good. Wonder if I should start watching this show again. I should have.
You mean to tell me that if not for this podcast, you wouldn't have kept up with it?
I would have kept up with it just probably like 7 months later, because that's what I do with most seasonals. Like Tsukimichi, that I watched like however many months after the podcast, and it sucked, by the way. Just wanted to let you know.
Tsukimichi ended up bad.
You were right.
I tried to warn you, dog. The writing was on the wall. The last thing I want to know about episode 4, the music that's playing when Kitagawa's in that montage of putting on the outfit to be Shizuku-tan, it's snazzy as fuck, and I want to buy it.
I don't actually remember the soundtrack of this show.
I remember a couple tunes of it. I think it's definitely another one of those, because this show is not one of those shows where like the soundtrack outside of like the opening and the ending is going to stick out in your mind. It's not something like a Rust Eater Bisco or a JoJo or just like an action show in general where the soundtrack has to be is made more memorable because it's associated with more like high pumping, blood pumping, high octane action scenes, or even something like a movie like Weathering with You, where they have the Radwimp soundtrack to make certain scenes stick out in your mind more. But I remembered a couple tunes. it's the dress up montage as she becomes Shizuku. Like the main thing I noted was that it was snazzy. It was like very, it was kind of like jazzy. I think I'm trying to remember. It was horns. They used some. I couldn't tell you which horn, but they definitely use horns, and it's very very fun. It's something. It's a little quirky. It's like, hey, I'm not used to hearing this. I was not expecting to hear this kind of music play over this kind of scene, but hey, it's got me in a better mood than I was without it.
My metric for anime soundtracks is, can I remember anything about it? And sadly for this show, I do not remember any single note or lyric from the soundtrack, except for like the OP and the ED, which are both great.
I'm not too big on the opening song, but the ED is a certified bop.
Well, to be fair, the OP I like more for the visuals. Although the ED I also like for the visuals, so...
I like it more for both reasons. Alright, so now we're moving on to episode 5. We're at the event, and this one, it's not too much, well, I was gonna say not too much happens, but one big thing happens at the end of the episode, which we'll get to, but up until that point, it's just, we get to see, I'd say in as much full force as possible, the author's appeal and interest in, or rather, love for cosplay at work, because this another aspect of the show that I appreciate is that it's combining a rom-com with cute girls doing cute things kind of show, where and only in the sense of the subgenre of shows where they're so detailed and fascinated with the subject that's just the author fascinated in the subject and sharing their knowledge of the information of the subject with the audience. You know, your how heavy are the dumbbells you lift, your Euro camp, that kind of show.
Yeah, that's probably one of my favorite things about Dress Up Darling's premise, just the particularity of it. Episode 5 was... the main thing I got from it was that it was the perfect falling action from the emotional sort of weight of episode 4. It was a very relaxing, very sort of slow-paced episode, but... Alright, so remember what you said way back in the winter podcast about Akebi-chan's sailor uniform, that despite being slow-paced, it was like, you know, you love everything the show's doing, and it's very relaxing. That was how I felt.
Like 10 minutes
oddly,
and it feels like 10 minutes goes by in like 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Or rather, other way around, rather.
Other
it feels
way
like
around,
20
yeah.
minutes of time. It's like, oh man, I've been watching this episode for so long. Wait, it's already been 22 minutes. It feels like it's only been 10.
Episode 5 of Dress Up Darling and some of the future episodes, oddly enough, felt like that for me. And I think part of it is, like I said earlier about the dialogue, it's very, very easy to watch and very conversational and fun, and just something about it makes scenes feel a lot shorter than they actually are. You know, like 10 minutes will go by and not much has happened, but you're not bored at all. You're a-okay with literally everything that's been going on. And episode 5 was when I knew that, like, okay, this show is actually really good. Because, you know, episodes 2 and 3, like, okay, I'm a bit more iffy on them. Episode 4 was amazing, but it's like an emotional high, so it's like, is it going to stay like that for the more slice-of-lifey bits? This was the proof I needed that I'm gonna finish this show all the way through, because episode 5 is a normal, very slow-paced, not much happens slice-of-life episode, except for, you know, the thing that happens at the end, but we'll get to that. And, you know, throughout that entire thing, my attention never wavered. It was sincerely entertaining the entire time, and even a bit relaxing. It was a very pleasant experience, and I came out the other end happier than I was going in.
Yeah, the very first note that I have watching episode 5 was the simple act of watching these two together is serotonin of the highest degree. Just seeing Kitagawa like jump and bounce up and down, being so happy that she's able to dress up as Shizuku to the point where she can't even like keep a straight face for a photo because she just can't help but smile. Like she's like, how the fuck do you expect me to not smile when I'm Shizuku-tan right now? And
that
it's
had
the
me
cutest shit.
beaming. That had me beaming. That was amazing.
And then we see them, like, we even see how Gojo is, even though he's not in, he's not in the realm of, like, cosplay or anime or that kind of medium. We see how he's able to take to that kind of role in even, like, ways of just being her photographer by being like, hey, you know, the backgrounds of your, of my walls don't look that great for, you know, the character that you're portraying. And then Kitagawa is helping him like, oh yeah, let's take it against this white background so that way it looks a lot better. And all the poses that I can do to make myself seem more like the character and less like Marin Kitagawa. And just seeing them, like, seeing this dynamic between them and how they're able to, like, make up for each other's weaknesses when it comes to not even just being people or like Gojo's inept social skills, but just seeing them complement each other in cosplay by being like Kitagawa knows like the medium, whereas Gojo is able to utilize his knowledge of fashion to be like, hey, instead of using this this black, like say this black wig when they're out shopping, let's get a purple wig because this character is like purple, like usually has a purple outline to, like, to bring out the color of the character when they're against like certain backgrounds or like something like that. And notes all these little like intricate details that Kitagawa, if like she were able to make the cosplay outfit that she wanted to and didn't even need Gojo, she likely would not have been able to notice these details at all, despite like having this insane love for the character that Gojo, while he can appreciate the character and like does his best to study it, clearly does not possess the same like personal attachment and love for it that Kitagawa does.
On that note, you were talking about how like they were like talking about the wig and like making it purple because her color scheme is purple. Just a lot of the particularities about like the, you know, sort of cosplaying stuff and like, you know, sort of works in with like the author being like clearly super into cosplay and like clothing design and stuff like that. It's easy to imagine a sort of alternate, much worse version of Dress Up Darling that just, you know, by the end just becomes a cosplay of the week show where it's like different outfit each week. But like Dress Up Darling as it is has sort of a lot of, I guess, density. I don't think that's the right way to put it, but like, I guess a bit of
a level of
how do I
detail
want-
and like
yeah, detail. There we
a
go.
note for the like an appreciation for the finer details that you can tell that the author actually cares about the subject matter and it didn't just like read something off a Wikipedia page and like it isn't just doing this to capitalize on like the cosplay market or some shit like that.
Yeah, and it ends up also working its way into like the characters' interactions, and it just feels almost, once again, like it works into the sort of like conversational nature of the dialogue, and I just really like that sort of like, I don't know.
Yeah,
But-
and seeing Gojo like get so into it, especially like as he's taking the photos and be like, yes, you're really Shizuku-tan, like almost like he's like a model photographer now, even though they're just taking like smartphone pictures in their in their little apartment room in their bedroom. But it's like so cute because you see Gojo. I have no fucking doubt that Gojo will maintain his love for making Hina dolls, but then also find himself in another calling of making full-blown outfits like this. Like maybe he'll even be a costume designer at some point in the future. I wouldn't be surprised with how much he's like enamored by making these outfits.
I could see that happening.
And speaking of the cosplay outfits, another advantage that both the author and Cloverworks have using Kitagawa and her love of cosplay is that they can both use her as a vessel for these multifaceted character designs where at the end of the day it's still a base character that they're modeling it off of, but they're, as you can see in this, mainly in like the opening where she's going through all her different outfits that she'll have for the series and how she'll look throughout the rest of the season. She's got so many good, like, all the outfits that we see her in are good character designs. Like her as like Shizuku could have been a character, is like looks authentic. Like she could be a character in another show, but the fact that they're able to like utilize this really well detailed and beautiful character design for like just use it as just a design in this show, because Shizuku's not a real person, like not even in the universe of My Dress Up Darling. She's a fictional character, and the fact that they're able to just use like just the design of her as a cosplay outfit for Kitagawa, just to, almost like a flex at this point, to be like, yeah, we're able to have this already top tier character design dressed up as this non-existent top tier character design just cause, and we'll have her do like 4 more before the end of the series, just cause, no big deal.
Kitagawa's character design has grown on me a lot as I watch the show.
Bro, the fan art has not stopped. My time, I can't go a day without seeing Kitagawa in some way, shape, or form invade my Twitter timeline, and I ain't complaining. I thank God every day.
I mean, it's better than most of what's on Twitter. I have not seen most of the fan art just because I do not use Twitter.
Bro, all you gotta do if you ever decide to go back to Twitter, just filter out, take the advice that Best Guy Ever does. Geolocate yourself in Japan, so that way you can only get Japanese trends that you can't read, so you can't be bothered by any of the trends, no matter what they are. And just follow the people that you like. I have another note about appreciating the artwork of this show. I was talking about back in the podcast the top tier boob animation on Kitagawa when she was in her swimsuit. Once again, I gotta praise it. Not only every time she's like fondling her tits in appreciation of her boob bag, which she can't stop cooming over, but when they're in the event hall or whatever on the stairwell, cooling off because Kitagawa gets really hot in that black outfit in the sun, and she's like, I can't remember if she was like wiping her chest with the towel, but I think she was like leaning over or something like that. All I can remember is like as she's like she was loosening the choker and the tie around her chest, around her neck, and her tits bouncing back and forth. Like, not only as smooth as fuck, like, that's another one of the top tier animation cuts that I'm glad I'm both laughing at and glad that they reserve it for the fan service. There's, like, once again, the attention to detail, so specific and immaculate. Someone at Cloverworks got paid to draw and animate that little puddle of sweat in between her cleavage, and I fucking salute that person with all my heart and soul. I dream to one day have that kind of profession where I get paid to do that shit. That had to be in the story. Someone had to, I don't know if it was in the manga, but someone at least had to storyboard that shit. Someone had to draw it, ink it, color it, make it move. It's beautiful. It brings a tear to my eye.
You know, in retrospect, the scene on the stairs where like Gojo is unzipping her shirt to like loosen it up and help her cool down, that vindicates me even more in episode 2, because that is a scene purely for fan service that I was not annoyed by. I was entertained the entire time. I did not mind it in the slightest, because it's short-ish. It just states its point, and then it gets out. And, you know, we spend like a couple minutes on it, and it's like, hey, it's perfectly fine. I very much was appreciative of this fan service scene.
I do. Yeah. Speaking of the fan service scene, I know we're still talking about it. The one thing that I didn't get it at first, and then later when the punchline happened about it, like made me laugh really hard because I didn't expect that to be the direction they were going in. They make note. Gojo makes note of something like, "How did you write that yourself, Kitagawa?" And she's like, "Yeah, I feel like I wanted to bring it as close to Shizuku-tan as possible." And they don't show what she wrote. I don't remember seeing the thing that she wrote on her leg at the time. I think they purposefully hid it out of frame. And then we find out later as she's taking her last photo at the event with that woman, the god himself allows a gust of wind to blow through and blows up her dress. And although there's another 1-2 punch kind of scene where they did make note that she has shorts on underneath for events specifically like this, where if you're cosplaying a character with a dress like that, or like a character who might be from a lewd source material like that porn game, where you have to wear some kind of shorts underneath your outfit to prevent your underwear from being seen. As the wind blows up her dress, we see tally marks. They're in Japanese, but for the subtitles they show it in tally marks. And that she wrote herself of how many times she's been ejaculated in.
That
and
was
like,
a very funny scene.
And it didn't hit me immediately until after I realized what the tally marks were, and I started laughing. That's a good setup punchline bit.
Admittedly, the subtitles I had didn't translate them as tally marks for some reason, so I didn't know what they meant, but I did still laugh at it because it's like the writing under the legs.
And it's funny because it's also from a porn game where like even just Japanese porn in general, like even like the weird, it's hilarious to talk about the weird niche subgenre of like Japanese porn and the subtle, it's weird to even say it's subtle nuances. It's just like the weird things that they do, like those art pieces where they write on the character, usually the girl's body, and like marker of like cum slut, or put dick here, or free anal, or like some shit like that. Or usually they'll have the tally marks of how many times they've been cummed in. And the fact that she went the distance to just write that on her leg, like even though that's completely out of anyone's normal field of view, no one will know that she has that on except for the people that she will directly like lift her skirt up for, or even just herself. But it makes her closer to Shizuku-tan in her heart, so that's why she did it.
God, that scene gave me Kizukawa flashbacks.
Be honest, I don't know what that is.
Whatever. I'll just hope some people listening know what I mean.
I can only assume Kizukawa is like short for something.
Hanakawa from Kizumonogatari. There is a scene where her skirt gets blown up.
Naturally. I like the one moment on the train where, as they're talking about other characters that that Kitagawa wants to cosplay as, she mentions, "I have at least 50 number one favorite characters." It's just
That
one more
line made me
little
laugh.
golden nugget of Kitagawa being like, "Yep, this is the kind of person she is, and this is good characterization." And then we get to the big boy, I would say the best scene of the entire show thus far, even though like it's not as emotionally resonant as the episode 4 scene of Gojo in his room, but as far as like directing, storyboarding, writing, this is mostly a Cloverworks pulling the heavy duty lifting here rather than the manga, but this is what makes My Dress Up Darling the anime a good anime adaptation of the manga, and I think it will probably end up being the objective superior, well, the superior way to consume the product that is My Dress Up Darling. So Gojo's nodding to sleep on the train, and Kitagawa's talking about all the other cosplayers and how great they looked and how beautiful they looked. And then Gojo, as right before he falls asleep, the last thing he says to her is, "I thought you looked very beautiful, Kitagawa." And then the music slowly fades out. The train goes into a tunnel, and now we're in darkness, and Kitagawa's alone with her thoughts and all the things that Gojo has said to her in the past, and remembers that calling back to the melodramatic line from episode 3 that made me think it was less melodramatic now, because now it's serving a point in the narrative that he can only say things are beautiful when he genuinely means it from the heart. And then she thinks back to all the times that he seriously smiled and they were all around her. And then the sound of the train on the tracks gets louder and louder, almost sounds like, with its rhythm, like a heartbeat. And Kitagawa turns to Gojo, now that they're both bathed in the light of day again, out of the tunnel, while making the kind of face I can only pray a woman might look at me with one day. It is incredible, and is the moment where Kitagawa becomes fucking smitten with the Chad King Gojo.
That facial expression was just so expressive, and there are like a lot of
it is
expressive
one for the
faces. Ages. Yeah, there are a lot of expressive facial expressions in this show, but that one was like easily the best. That one was incredible.
It's a goddamn work of art. The level of like red blush that they have, all like, it's not just on one part of her face. It's like all on her face, but it's not just like one solid. They didn't just like pop open Photoshop, select her skin color on her face, and then like slowly fade it to red. The level of shading that they go on to make it like, it's not an even coating. It's like redder in some places and a lighter red in others. And the way her eyes are positioned, her mouth, her hair, the angle that which she's in, it is immaculate. 13 out of 10.
You know, they reused it at the beginning of episode 6. I wasn't even upset. That face deserves to get reused.
It could destroy the continuity of every single episode for the rest of the series to open with that. I'd thank Cloverworks for doing that, for being like, thank you for my weekly reminder that this work of art exists.
Yeah, the ending of episode 5 was amazing, and the episode as a whole is also amazing, and that was the moment where I was like, yep, this show's good.
The one fear that I had coming out of it, because I had seen this clip before I had watched all the episodes. I had been keeping up with the show mainly through seeing like clips shared around on Twitter and YouTube. And I was like, this is the one where I was like, oh yeah, we need to make this a fucking podcast show. Or at least one where we talk about on the podcast. But I was going to watch it regardless. But seeing that clip, the only fear that I got out of it, the little residual fear, was that, is this where they tease the romance, but they're not going to like delve into it until much later? No, the very next episode, Kitagawa is explicitly in love with him. There's no minced words, there's no mixed signals. She is outright in love, wants to be his girlfriend.
You know, I feel like, I guess we're moving on to episode 6 at this point, but I feel like a lot of shows try to be sort of like subtle with the romance and not have them just like monologue it to themselves. But there's something really refreshing about Kitagawa just go on a rant to herself about how much she is in love with Gojo.
And it's great for the audience because we don't have to worry about a fucking will they, won't they for 100 chapters or like 3 seasons. Like, sure, they probably won't get they probably won't get together actually for a while, but at least we know that they're not gonna tease, they're not gonna toy with the idea that maybe they like each other, maybe they will end up liking each other. Like, it's like in fucking Nisekoi, you can throw all the other side girl characters at the main dude you want. We know for a fact he's gonna end up with Chitoge or Chitose, whatever her name is. So don't try to act like she won't. And now here comes My Jessup Darling, episode 6. We're only going to be like halfway through the first season at this point, assuming there's more seasons, which praying to God there will be. There probably will be. Now we know, like, and what chapter would this be in the manga? Would this be like, what, volume 2, volume 3, chapter? We're in the 20s at this point, and we know for a fact that there is a mutual love between the two. It's definitely more explicit on Kitagawa's end. Gojo is definitely attracted to Kitagawa, but it may not be a full-on romantic thing, but he is definitely not against the idea of being her boyfriend, whereas Kitagawa is not only wants Gojo romantically, she kind of wants him sexually too. Which
Oh yeah, there was that one line at the train where she was like, "What if we did something dirty?" Ooh.
And she gives the fucking bedroom doomy eyes to herself in the window. So
another thing that I just like about the monologue is that it's just endearing. It's just fun seeing her blush and be like, "Oh my god, I love him so much." It's really, really solid, charming characterization. It just makes me want to hug Kitagawa that much more. She's great. Episode 6 was when Kitagawa... I mean, you've been calling Kitagawa a goddess since episode 1. This is about the time where I started to consider using the term myself.
I used to be an atheist, and I watched episode 6 of Kitagawa, and I realized that there is a god, and God is a woman.
Kitagawa
Ariana
cured
Grande
my
was
atheism.
right! We see more goofy shenanigans with Gojo's grandfather and him meeting Kitagawa. I do appreciate the... Once again, the character animation is on point. That little freak out that she does as Gojo's talking to his grandfather, and Kitagawa's like confirming to herself, like, "Oh shit, I am totally in love with Gojo," and she's like doing all these motions with her body, like double taking and biting her lip, and then that little fucking flutter she does with her arms as she like ascends into the air because of how much she fucking loves Gojo. Oh, so cute.
So then after that, we get to this scene where the grandpa like finds this girl in the rain. Her name is Shinju Inui, and she is here to basically she
Sajuna,
wants...
mind you.
Sajuna?
Shinju is the
Wait.
sister.
Wait, hold on. I was on... Oh, it is Sajuna. I had the entirely wrong character. Okay, never mind.
Uh-oh, fake
Sajuna
fan.
Inui.
Fake fan. Roast some comments.
And so Sajuna Inui gets taken in, and Gojo finds her, and Sajuna wants basically Gojo to make a costume for her, a cosplay. So what did you think about
Crunchy?
Sajuna?
Once again, you're underselling it. You
Yes.
glossed over the fact that our introduction to
intentionally-
Sajuna is
I
her stark
intentionally-
naked and soaking wet with Gojo. Now, not even a minute, not even 60 seconds pass, and he's already seen her pussy.
Am I the only one who got legitimately mad at the fact that Gojo saw Sajuna naked before Kitagawa?
No. Well, I was half mad at that, but then I was too busy being distracted by this Sajuna's literally perfect skin. Thank God, by the way, that they immediately clarified that she's a high schooler. Legal lolly for the fucking win.
What are your thoughts on her character? Because I have some choice words.
As I was watching the show, I was like, she seems like the kind of character that Crunchy really enjoys. Like, if only for the facial expressions that she makes, whereas Kitagawa will have like the all her character facial expressions will be one of, she can be cute, but she'll like either be like cute or sexy or comedically a mix of both, perhaps. Whereas Juju on that beat, she's usually just either cute or like a variation of cute, or like she'll be embarrassed and cute, she'll be like mad and cute, she'll be she'll be like despondent, or like my favorite expression that she's made thus far is when I'm jumping ahead a little bit, but is when Kitagawa and Gojo bring up that they'll pay for splitting the photo studio that she wants to rent, and they immediately, like, at first she's completely against wanting to do a group cosplay with Kitagawa, but as soon as she says, I'll help pay for the studio, she, like, her face, like, tenses up and, like, goes into, like, a little potato morph, and it's like, and she's, like, immediately motivated by the idea of saving money like all young people are.
I guess in the sense that she's like cute as opposed to sexy. I mean, I guess you're right. As in that's more my type. But I don't know, man. I didn't really like Sajuna's personality, and I was very, very much not pleased with her presence in the show. It doesn't help that her introduction is just Gojo walking in on her naked, which is like, okay, this is the type of show where you expect that cliche to be in, but it's still the cliche, and it's still, I mean, I guess it's better directed than most iterations of that trope, but it's still not good.
I know that she is, at least in the eyes of the show, legal, because if you're in an anime and you're in a high school, then you're legal by anime logic, but I'm still genuinely surprised the amount of flesh they showed, fuck, I was gonna say Sajuna, when Gojo walks in on her, like, there's, like, the towel's barely covering anything, like, all, like, because, it's also because her tits are so small, because she's supposed to be the small SMOL small GF, that, she's got, like, the porcelain silky smooth skin, the full tummy's on display, like, her tits are so tiny that, like, they're practically all in full view, just barely covered by the towel around her head. The expressions she makes, though, while she's flustered, are very cute.
Yeah, her expressions are nice. And the one shot where, like, the in-between of her legs is covered by his pupil, that is kind of inventive. But I don't know, man. Her personality is, like, a very basic and uncharming iteration of the, like, bratty legal lolly type of character. And it's like, I'd prefer, like, I like that trope when it's done well. Like Futaba Igarashi, Eris from Mushoku Tensei. What are some other iterations of that trope? I can't think of any off the top of my head.
Would you describe Sakura from New Game as that kind of trope?
Sakura from New Game. Wait, how am I not remembering who Sakura is?
Alba's best friend?
Oh, Nene Sakura.
Nene?
Yeah. Not really. Nene's just more of a brat. Whereas, like, Sajuna is, like, very... she's very judgmental, very aggressive. Try literally blackmails Gojo. Like, she's more of the, like, harshly aggressive. Maybe aggressive isn't the right word, but she has a lot more bite than Nene ever had.
I'm not sold on. I'm like, obviously I'm not. Well, I shouldn't say I'm not sold on Sajuna yet. Well, I'm not, like, invested in her personality the way I was immediately invested in Gojo and Kitagawa from episode 1 of this show. But they haven't fleshed her out yet. It's only been, like, 2 episodes, and she's barely in the 7th one. She's in it for, like, a third of the runtime, and then she's only in, like, half the runtime for the 6th episode. She's got, like, 1 episode of screen time collectively. And while she's been already objectified and already made the source of a bunch of cute and hilarious reaction images, which the show is a fucking gold buried sunken pirate treasure mine of, I'm not into, like, I'm not invested. I'm willing to, like, see. Like, her addition does not bother me, but I'm just not 100% on board yet. I'm not like, oh, that's my gal.
Her addition actually does bother me a little bit, and it's hard to put into words because it's like, you know, there are characters who are objectively, like, even more of a bitch than she is. And
I wouldn't
don't
call
mind
her that much of a bitch.
I mean, she's judgmental. She literally tries to blackmail the main character, even though he did nothing wrong. That's
Well, the joke about that though is that it's immediately followed up with, wait, how did you know where I lived? He's like, oh, I may or may not have stalked you home from that event. Haha.
yeah,
Whereas,
that
like,
was
she could just as
funny.
easily go to jail for stalking him.
Yeah, that was funny, but it
It's
still doesn't
also-
like make her
it-
any.
Bro,
less
it's hard
of
for
a-
me to give Sajuna too much shit where immediately after the shower scene they put her in an oversized shirt. Like, come on. What do you think? Anime girls in oversized clothing, come on. What the fuck do you think I'm going to do?
I
not
did
immediately
notice
love
that,
them?
and I did like the oversized shirt, but I don't know. Once again, it's hard to put into words because it's more of a visceral feeling. But something about her puts me off, and I was thankful that she
I
didn't
get
have
what
much
you're
screen
saying.
time. Is there anything else I want to say about her in the episode?
Kitagawa reveals that she eats greasy fried shit every day, yet somehow maintains her 12 out of 10 figure, confirming that she has to be some kind of eldritch monster.
That was a really good gag.
That is the most unbelievable thing about this show for me. Not all of the manic pixie dream girl shit that you could accuse Kitagawa of, not the walking in on Sajuna or the stalking and the whatnot. Her saying that she eats like greasy fried rice and chicken and wieners and shit like that on a near daily basis, yet has that perfect figure, that like the ideal female body. Like, yeah, okay, you're going a little too far there, chaps.
Admittedly, it didn't it didn't strain my suspension of disbelief. Not because it's believable, but just because I just don't care.
I comedically exaggerate a bit, hence the Eldritch Monster gag, but I just, like, you can't be piling on the literally perfect woman shit too much like this. Like, imagine having a girlfriend who like eat all the same greasy shit that a guy would typically eat, yet she doesn't become a fat fuck from it. That's just not fair. That's just setting up unrealistic standards for women at this point, for guys.
Something I just remembered that I wanted to say. It's kind of about Sajuna again, so I guess we're treading back. But the reason why her interactions aren't completely completely insufferable for me is mostly because of Kitagawa and her like reverence for Sajuna. That was so entertaining that I almost forgot how much I didn't like Sajuna. Basically, Kitagawa carrying this show once again.
It's funny that you mentioned that, because while having seen the clips of Sajuna before I'd even seen the full episode from stuff like Twitter and YouTube, watching episode 3, they did actually bring up her as Juju. Kitagawa mentions Juju as one of her favorite cosplayers and shows Gojo all the pictures of her, which I appreciated in the sense that they didn't just like, much like another anime would, like, say for example fucking Rent-A-Girlfriend, well they'll pull characters like the girl with like the heart problems with the blue bow, or like the orange-haired shy girl. Well, they'll literally just throw them in and be like, oh shit, we're out of cute girls to milk any more dynamics out of this main character. Quick, design a new girl and have her be part of the harem. I like that they at least introduced her in the context of the world of My Dress Up Darling before she gets thrown into the main character's face pussy first.
Yeah, that is a very good touch. And I will say that on like a sort of somehow I'm forgetting the word. I don't know. On a basic level, I do like that the show is trying to introduce a new character. Because, we've gone 5 episodes with basically just Gojo and Kitagawa. And it's like, I'm not tired of their
there
dynamic.
are 3 characters in this show. Before Sajuna. There's Gojo, there's Kitagawa, and then there's Gojo's grandfather.
Pretty much. And it's not that I'm getting tired of their dynamic at all. But it's that, I can see it eventually.
Man was not meant to live off of 3 characters in one show.
Yeah. I could
you
see
need a little
eventually.
variety.
Yeah. So I like that they're at least trying to add more characters, and it's not a completely failed attempt, but maybe I'll eventually like Sajuna, but for now she puts me off.
I going back to the Sajuna stalking Gojo home thing. I love that the show knows that it's such weirdo behavior that they put a warning on screen not to do it in real life. It's like, is that the level we're at now with disconnecting fiction from reality? Like, I imagine that something like that might also be in the manga, and I'm sure it's more just for funny hee ha ha's. But it's just humorous to think about, being like, hey, weirdo behavior? Don't do it, audience. All right, then back to your regularly scheduled program.
Yeah. Do you have anything else you want to say about this episode? Because I think I'm mostly done.
Just a couple more notes. I like that the next show that they're basing their cosplay off of, this Flower Princess Blaze show, it's literally just magical Do-Re-Mi, but and it's called something different. They're just riffing on it, and I appreciate that once again this is Cloverworks going above and beyond with their anime adaptation, going as far as to not only not just do like clips of the show, like just short clips. They animated like whole minutes on end of various cuts of different episodes to make it believe like this could be a show in our real life. Like Flower Princess Blaze could be a real anime in our lives.
Well, that's sort of getting into episode 7, because episode 7 has some long cuts of animation from this made-up show, which I guess we'll get to soon enough.
I love when shows, like, regardless of the medium, do that show within a show type thing, and like, cause like it already takes so much brain power and creativity to make a good show or whatever on its own, but then to design a micro show and put it in the universe of the show that you're currently watching and make it seem like believable that it can exist in this reality and could have as much effort put into it as the show that you are currently watching. Like that's the good shit. It's like when you see Fafnir and Dragon Maid playing what looks to be like KyoAni's attempt to recreate Dark Souls in like a 3D anime in the 3D engine. That's the good shit.
Mm-hmm.
The last note that I have from this episode, the last two notes rather, is that I like the line that Kitagawa has, where she says, I've got nothing against people cosplaying whoever they want to, but she personally values the images of characters and doesn't want to cosplay outside her ballpark. Like, she doesn't want to cosplay short characters or characters that she feels she couldn't be a service. She couldn't, like, deliver a service of.
Yeah, that was definitely a good line, and I also liked Sajuna's reaction to it, where she was like, oh, I totally get that. Sort of goes in with, like, the
she
nerd
does that
dialogue
cute little
this show has.
Yeah, she does. Like, speaking of nerd dialogue, the one that I related to the most from this episode was when they're talking about the two dudes who are childhood friends of the girl that Sajuna wants to cosplay as in the fake magical girl show, and they say that they're oh yeah she's sad that the two dudes are dating, and Gojo's like, wait, what? And then Kitagawa and Sajuna are like, I mean, it's not written anywhere officially, but you totally get it when you see it, you know? And I'm like, Steven Universe and Amphibia fans, this is like that's just us when we see Lapidat and Sasha and Arcee. That's just the Lapidat and Sasha and Arcee gangs rising up.
Yeah, I also really liked that line too.
Like it's just one more bit of evidence to show that how much that this show and by extension this manga is like deep within the throes of anime pop culture, and like that kind of mindset, that fandom mindset. Like you could see a person like I've never said aloud, I mean, it's not written anywhere officially, but you totally get it when you see it. Like, I feel that way about fucking, like, Lapidat in Steven Universe, where it's like Lapis and Peridot don't didn't end up canonically getting together, but like you can tell that they wanted to so bad, but they for one reason or another they just didn't like pull the trigger. But like you can see all the seeds that they plant. All right, now we're moving on to the final episode. We got Sajina commissioning Gojo to make her that cosplay outfit for the Magical Doremi show, and I like going back to the show within a show thing. I even like that they even went as far as to make up the lore of this show by having Gojo. It's just for a couple seconds, but they put it up on a Wikipedia page. They called the subtitles that I had said that it was made by Toei Animation, where instead of like TOEI as we know it, it's TOH-A, and you read it as Toei. Like that's
I didn't even
cute.
notice the Wikipedia article.
Yeah, and they make a note to point out that this fake anime ran for 2 years in between like 2006 and 2008, and every time we see it on the on like a TV screen, like when Kitagawa and Gojo are watching it, I appreciate the standard definition. I also appreciate how, despite it being in standard def, they didn't do the stupid thing and like de-res it, because it always looks bad to me when they de-res a show. Like it's the thing that happened in Megalobox, and which is why I think Megalobox doesn't look as great as people make it out to be. Like you know the aesthetic that they went with Megalobox, right?
I have no idea what Megalobox is.
That boxing anime?
I have never heard of it, genuinely.
The
I'm
one
looking
where
it up
like
right
the dudes
now.
have like they have like the robot arms, and how it was purposefully made to look like a retro anime.
I'm looking at the Mal.
Surely
page
you've seen
right
like
now.
clips or shit, like clips or stills of the characters at least.
Probably at some point, but I don't remember it. Like, I'm looking at the Mal page, and I just don't. Yeah, I don't remember anything about this, like ever seeing clips of it or anything.
Well, what they did with it is that in order to make it feel like a retro anime, they just like rendered and exported and I'm sure it's a lot more technical than that. I'm just using fucking like Premiere speak, Adobe Premiere talk, but instead of it being like the normal HD resolution that we're used to, it's like you know how in Microsoft Paint, if you put an image in Paint and then like scale it down and then scale it back up, it fucks with the resolution.
Yeah.
They did that, but for like the show. So it looks like a lower resolution, but without actually it being that resolution, which I think it was a misguided attempt to emulate retro anime aesthetic. All you've done is take what would have been a much better looking show and put it through like a garbage filter to make it a little less pleasant to the eyes. Whereas they didn't do that in Dress Up Darling for this fake anime. They kept the standard definition aspect ratio with the black bars on the side, which you have to for what they're trying to go for. But the anime is still in like what we perceive it to be in HD, which is good for us, for the audience. That way we don't have to we didn't. It's nice to acknowledge the past, but you don't have to emulate the shortcomings of the past. Like, there's a reason why we don't have video game controllers with only one joystick and one button like the Atari 2600. We evolve.
Something I appreciated about this episode was just how much of the time is spent like watching the actual fake anime, but at the same time it's also somehow never boring. Like, it's a very slow scene. It really is, but I just found myself continually astonished by how not bored I was, and that how this show could make slow pacing actually very relaxing and easy to sit through, and genuinely, like, you know, I had a smile on my face like the entire scene.
It's funny that you bring that up about the fake anime being not boring. I was surprised by how much of it that they showed to us. Like, like I wouldn't be surprised of them showing in universe to Gojo like ultimately 30 seconds of it in total, and him just like being like, oh yeah, I totally get it. No, they want to sell us on how much like Gojo is studying and observing and absorbing all of the information, all of the aesthetics, and especially like the fashion sense and the feel of Flower Princess Blaze. So that way, by showing those long clips of it to us, the audience, while he's watching it, it does double duty by allowing him to absorb its like the feel of it, and also allowing us to absorb the kind of feel of it. Like, I don't think it's a coincidence that they, of all the magical girl aesthetics to rip on, they specifically chose like I said, it's like explicitly magical Doremi with its like big round eyes and tiny bodies, and the way that they like sell it to us, like it's also impressive, just like the level of detail. Like obviously it doesn't look nearly as good as the show My Dress Up Darling show proper itself, but it doesn't look bad. Like they didn't cheap out on making it look acceptable from the time period that it came out with.
Yeah, the like anime within an anime, I was thinking it like as I was watching the show, like, it looks surprisingly decent. Like I could watch a show in that style. Now obviously once again it doesn't look as good as the show proper, but it's still like a fine looking show. And I mean it kind of has to be if they're going to make us sit down and watch so much of this show within a show uninterrupted. And what you were saying about like Gojo and like his work towards like making sure that the cosplay is perfect and perfectly captures like the spirit of like the show and the character and all this research he does, that's probably one of the most enjoyable aspects, or I guess not enjoyable, but more like charming aspects of his character.
He's got a strong work ethic.
Yeah, his strong work ethic especially is really, really charming at times. Like specifically with like how much work he puts into the cosplay, and like I forgot her name.
Sajuna?
The one character I don't like very much. I only remembered her name because I had the Annie list. Sajuna?
Yeah.
Sajuna. Yep, Sajuna.
Yeah.
Just pulled up the Annie list.
I said it like twice.
Yeah. But like she was talking about like, what are your sketches always this detailed? Do you always watch the entire source material for your cosplays? And he was like, yeah. And she's like genuinely impressed by that. Gojo's a Chad.
Yeah, he'll sit down and watch all fucking 126 episodes of a show just to get the details down pat for one episode, which he could honestly have done in like fucking, what, 10 episodes at most? Just to get as many, that's enough to get like every possible conceivable angle that he needed for reference images to make the prototype of the outfit for his sketches.
Well, to be fair, Gojo seems to like the show too, so it probably isn't hard to watch all those episodes.
Yeah, Kitagawa agrees. That's why she drops the line to him, like, "Yeah, man, it'll be fun to watch it. It's only 126 episodes." He's like, "Say what now?" That's what you fucking amazing. One Piece fans sound like.
It's only 126 episodes. How hard can it be?
It's only 1,000 episodes, bro. I caught up to it. I watched from episode 1 in like the span of 3 months.
All right,
that's what you sound like. You sound fucking insane.
The Kitagawa cooking
struggle
scene.
to find the time to watch like one episode of anime in a day. How do you watch fucking 1,000 in 3 months? You're not human.
The Kitagawa cooking scene is god tier.
Yeah, it's hot. It's god tiered. Once again, Kitagawa can do no wrong.
The scene where like it seems like you know she's actually cooking something decently, and then just smash cuts to her with the messed up omurice with the word sorry written on it. That was absolutely hilarious. something about like, okay, so the entire premise of the episode is that they're on a sort of quasi pseudo house date, unofficial house date, and Kitagawa like is blushing over that and thinks that's really cool, and they're all just chilling, relaxing this anime and having a good time. Something about it is just so easy to vibe with and like so pleasant to watch. Like episode 7 was probably the most viscerally pleasant and endearing episode of the entire show.
Well, it's because you want to put yourself in Gojo's shoes so badly because you do anything to have a fucking anime sit-at-home house date with watching fucking anime on the TV with your girlfriend. It's not fair, bro. Why can't it be me?
God, the last time I watched anime with someone, it was Mirai Nikki. But Mirai Nikki makes me want to kill myself. So that wasn't...
Oh, you didn't watch Mirai Nikki with your girlfriend, did you?
No.
Okay,
it was
good,
with one of my friends.
That's how the relationship ends.
Episode 4 is still probably the best episode of the show, but episode 7 was just the most fun. And like cheery and pleasant episode of the entire show. It was probably the second best, honestly. It was very, very watchable and very, very easy to just sit down and be like, okay, this good.
Crunchy, it almost comes off to me as if you have a vendetta against the fan service. You keep brushing over all of the fucking the hottest fucking shit in the world, where Kitagawa bursts open the door without her colored contacts in and her bra halfway down her arm, and you can see her tits like poking out through like the indents in her bra, and then we flash back to her talking about her bust point and like teasing Gojo about it, and then like he just now is able to like visually see it in his head, and then we see the gag of Kitagawa gets embarrassed, not because of that, but because she doesn't have her colored contacts in.
That was a very funny gag, admittedly.
I just like sexuality and characters in general. It's one of my favorite like themes or aspects of a character could have for me. And just seeing that Kitagawa has like pretty much no qualms about being seen in any state of undress, but like it's her it's like personal things like her colored contact, like she just can't stand, like that's like the point of no return, like that's to her is like, oh no, you saw my tits and pussy, oh god.
Her not caring about being seen undressed is why Gojo should have seen her naked before her name Sajina. I'm
call her
so
Juju.
good. Juju, there we go. That's easy to remember. Gojo should have seen Kitagawa first. This is heresy.
Don't worry, I'm sure there's gonna be some kind of scene. There's just gotta be in the next 5 episodes where we get some shit like that.
I hope so. We need to even the score, and then Gojo needs to see Kitagawa naked 5 times more just to make up for the
No, they just need to fuck
right now. Also,
they just need to get it over with and fuck.
Also,
they also Cloverworks and Fukuda also put Kitagawa in an oversized hoodie to maintain the oversized clothing supremacy propaganda, which I salute.
I honestly don't remember that. How am I forgetting that? I love oversized shirts. Hold on, I am busting out the piracy site, and I am checking on Kitagawa's oversized hoodie because I need to witness this.
It's like it's a little too big for her arms, like the sleeves are like a little too long, so her hands aren't coming, like her hands don't come out of the sleeves unless she like makes them and rolls them up a little. The hoodie like goes past her waist a little bit. She's only wearing the like short shorts. Every fucking outfit they put Kitagawa in, and I know this is a show about outfits and fashion and cosplay, and that just like benefits the point. But it cannot be understated how literally perfect Kitagawa, not only as a sexual icon, but also just a character, and from a character design perspective, is just the pinnacle.
Yeah, there are a lot of outfits in this show, and they're all really cute. And I'm looking at Kitagawa in the oversized sleeve hoodie right now, and it's adorable, and I want to hug her in it. You know, maybe that's why... Maybe that's why I forget about all the fan service scenes, because all I need is her in an oversized shirt.
I was. I was curious. Were you surprised that she had colored contacts in, or like me, did you notice in the opening that she had brown eyes, like when she's sleeping and before she does her makeup?
Honestly, I had like no reaction to it. I wasn't surprised, but I also hadn't noticed that in the OP. So,
Because
I just sort
it
of
was weird-
accepted it immediately.
I bring it up because Armagon, when he got to this episode, he was like, "Oh, I was surprised that she had those contacts in." And I was like, "Bro, I like brought it up in the podcast that I'm pretty sure her contacts are red because we see her in the opening with brown eyes."
I mean, I always
Also-
assumed she had contacts. I'm not sure why I assumed it. Maybe I just noticed it subliminally, or maybe I remembered it from the podcast.
I mean,
So, I
her
don't
having
know.
red eyes, like a lot of these characters have, compared to most anime with like its candy colored hair, like compared to the like even something like New Game, these characters have restrained, relatively realistic hair colors. Like obviously, Kitagawa has her god tier gradient hair with the pink tips and the blonde. She's probably dyed it blonde because she's a Gyaru, but like the red contacts, like if she just had like naturally red eyes, that wouldn't be out of the realm of possibility. It's fucking anime. They can have whatever they want. Fucking Yugi hair.
You know, it
But,
was during
what-
this episode that I started to understand your thing for gradient hair. Or like, really this
You should
batch
have
of
had a thing for
episodes.
gradient hair from fucking Dragon Maid.
I should have, but this is where I began to understand it.
Like Dragon Maid turned me on to it, and now Kitagawa and My Dress Up Darling just like taking the ball and running with it. So now any character that has gradient hair color is just now automatically like upper in my is okay in my book. Like even the fucking what's her face from what was it, Opera Girl, who had the gradient hair. It was like beige grayish, but it ended like teal. Like, even that I like, even though the show's bad. Also, just wanted to point out about Kitagawa, shout out to the brown eye havers. And the representation we're now getting within cute anime girls.
I haven't noticed a real disparity with eye colors.
Well,
I guess I just don't pay attention to that.
I bring it up only because usually either the way anime works is that either their eye color will match their hair color in the sake of like preserving some kind of color scheme, or they'll usually have an eye color that's it's like not a normal eye color to have. Well, actually, now that I'm saying it out loud, I'm thinking back to other anime in my mind. Maybe it's not as rare as I think it is, but I think what sticks out to me about Kitagawa's brown eyes is that like they're like brown. They're not like they're brown, but they have like a splash of yellow color. Like they have like they're like bright blue, or like they're like a deep like dark brown. They're almost like fucking vampire bat, like dark black pupil eyes. Like the way that they are like it looks not typically like how brown-eyed anime characters look, and I kind of appreciate that.
Understandable.
I also appreciate the gibberish that she devolves into when she sees Gojo, like the 2 times in this episode, where she just, I don't know if you had the same subtitles I did, but I watched it on Verve, and the Crunchyroll just went, you know how well, actually, tell me what the subtitles when she made those noises. What do they look like to you?
I think I had similar subtitles to yours for this episode because it was literal keyboard spam.
Yeah, it was just keyboard mashing, just and it was adorable. I'm glad that anime has finally caught up with how people on the internet speak.
It was really
Also, it's just
funny,
fucking
really
adorable.
cute. Yeah, really adorable. Overall, solid
Yeah,
episode.
major props to fucking Hina Sugita, who's the voice actress for Kitagawa. I was shocked to find out that this is her first main character role. She's
Wait,
only been
really?
in like the anime voice acting industry for about 2 to 3 years. And she has only had 2 supporting roles before this. This is her 3rd role, and it's her first main character role, and she's fucking killing it.
That's really good for like only having done 2 roles prior. Kitagawa
Yeah,
has
there are
like,
other
really good voicing.
Yeah, her other 2 roles are like some show that has like a bad score on Mal called After Lost, which came out a couple years ago, which I couldn't tell you what it was about. And the other one, she was in some kind of Bang Dream anime.
Vlusky might know a bit about this character.
I know, like her character in After Lost didn't even have a picture on my anime list, so it must have been like a completely inconsequential role. But here she is with her first main role, and she's like knocking it out of the fucking stratosphere. I've got 2 more notes about this last episode. I gotta praise the sound mixing that Cloverworks did when they were like going back and forth between their sitting on the couch watching the anime and the anime playing on the screen itself, and how, I don't know if you picked up on this, but the way that the sound, the music from the show would like be a little quieter and a little faded out while they're watching the show on the couch, but then right as like they'll transition like smooth as butters, like they'll bring the audio back to the normal level that you'd expect to hear it from if you were watching the show itself. And how there's no skipping either. Oh, I noticed it, and I had like a huge appreciation. Cloverworks is putting in the fucking work, man. Between this and how beautiful Akabe Sailor uniform is, I am surprised that Cloverworks is killing it. And like, neither show is suffering for it. I would think that with them working on 3 shows this season, they would suffer. And I guess maybe Tokyo 24th Ward might be suffering. And maybe we could even be living in the bad timeline where Tokyo 24th Ward didn't exist, and it could have been had its resources put into Dress Up Darling and Akabe Sailor uniform in the good timeline, where we could have had an even better version of that show, of those shows.
Honestly, I haven't kept up with Akabe's sailor uniform or Tokyo 24th Ward, so I have no idea how those shows look. But this one, mucho good, even if it has declined a bit from the first 2.
Akabe has maintained its quality, and I cannot tell you anything about Tokyo 24th Ward because you, myself, and the people we had on the podcast are the only people I've ever seen talk about that show.
Understandable.
The last note I have is that they introduced Sajina's little sister. Her name is Senju, right?
Hold on, I need to bust out the Annie list again.
Come on,
yeah,
you should know
Shinju.
this. You confused your
Shinju.
name at the start.
I only confused it because I had the Annie list out.
And the hee funny haha that they pull with her is that despite her being Sajina's younger sister and being in middle school, she's taller than Sajina, and she's bustier than not only Sajina, but fucking
Admittedly,
Kitagawa
that
as
joke
well.
was a bit predictable, but the one that I did laugh at was when Kitagawa was like, "How big are you?" And Gojo immediately thinks, "Oh, she's like comparing their tits." And then Shinju responds, "Oh, I'm 163 centimeters." And it's like, "Oh, she was just asking for her height." That was pretty funny.
And with that, we have covered all of My Dress Up Darling that is available at the time of this recording. I think the show is incredible. It's knocking on the door of masterpiece status. It's not quite there yet. It needs like one more big like power move to get it to that point, but it is definitely an amazing show, worth your time. Right now, obviously the score is not final, and this could fluctuate as the show goes on, and we will cover the rest of the show once it's done. But as for me right now, it's hovering at like a 8 to 9 out of 10, closer to a 9.
I will say that I'm a bit less positive on it than you, and that's mainly because the show can be a little inconsistent at times. Obviously, I mean, I've gone on and on at this point about episode 2. Episode 3 isn't quite, I think, as good as like the rest of the episodes. Episode 6 introduced Sajina, and I was a bit annoyed with her at first until Kitagawa just picked up the scene immediately and made it like, okay, I can watch this again. So it is at least a bit inconsistent at times, but overall, like, the whole manages to vastly outstrip the negative aspects. And I also really, like, no matter what is happening on screen, you can always rely on the two main characters to just be really solid. So even if you get, like, a boring scene like in episode 2, you can still be like, okay, well, the characters are good at least. So even, I can't be completely bored because I'm at least a little invested. So I'd say the score for me is like very strong 7 to light 8, somewhere around there.
Damn, the harsh criticism for what?
That's not harsh.
Well, I think it's show of the season. You'll need to watch the rest of Total Fantasy Knockout and get back to me on that if your opinion maintained or changed at all.
When we do the second part of this podcast, I will make an effort to also have finished Total Fantasy Knockout so that I can get back to you on that, so that we can determine once and for all which is the superior show. I guess this is a little bit of a spoiler, but yeah, my score stayed pretty much the same. My general thoughts are pretty much the same. But since we have a bit more familiarity with the show now, a bit more episode, a bit more time with the characters, I do have some new thoughts on what it's about, some new thoughts about the themes and all that deep stuff, the mushy gushy heart of the show. And yeah, I'd say still enjoying it. And I might read the manga. Don't think I want to buy it just because I don't have quite that much confidence in it, but I might view it legally. Wink.
Don't say anything that'll incriminate us again. I already edited out the last time. It's okay. You didn't actually say anything, so we're good. They can't press charges. They don't have the evidence this time.
I was winking because it's a sexy manga. That's why.
It's a cool. This is a cool thing. This is an audio only thing.
Yeah,
they can't see. Don't worry. Maybe one day we'll truly go full Khantehnt. We'll buy a studio and then I'll change my gender and abandon you.
No, don't abandon me, Neon Manta. Oh god, that joke was horrible and amazing at the same time.
It only makes sense to the people who
if you know, you know.
People who know versus people who don't know. God, what a shit show. I will say, I think that the honeymoon period has kind of just the tiniest bit have faded, and there are a couple things about this batch of episodes that annoyed me slightly that wasn't so much present in the first batch of episodes. But at the end of the day, it's still My Joseph Darling, and My Joseph Darling is spectacular.
All right, I think we'll have an interesting conversation this time then. I wonder if we'll...
All right, so now go... well, let's find out. Go ahead with your little story that you have prepared for us.
Okay, so during school today, I decided it'd be a good idea to, instead of focusing on my classes, read the final volume of Katanagatari. And I must say, that was the worst ending to any book I have ever witnessed. And I was pissed off when I got home from school. So I was like, you know what? I gotta binge these Dress Up Darling episodes, and it better put me in a good mood. I was feeling very sad about the bad Katanagatari ending, and I must say, Dress Up Darling perked me right up. So I'd say that's doing pretty successful. Yay.
It's an uplifting show, man. It's feel good. It just gives you the warm fuzzies. Some might say it's kind of like, slice of life. Nothing really happens. But it's just kind of tranquil,
Yeah. I was also a bit stressed about making it on time for the podcast. Because
don't worry, that's literally me every time.
I remember there were like 2 hours left and I had 3 episodes and I was like, oh, I can do this. Then my mom walks in and she's like, hey, Evan, can you do the dishes? And I'm like, God damn it, Mom. Can't you tell I'm doing
Mom,
some very important work?
Don't come in during this is episode 11 of My Joseph Darling, Mom.
But I managed to get the dishes done by like scrubbing my heart out, and then managed to finish the episodes in time, so that it worked out in the end.
Put the damn Rocky soundtrack onto your dishwashing montage. It's for a good cause. It was a good batch.
So how do you want to do this? Do you want to do this like all the episodes in an order, or just bouncing around whatever topics we want to talk about?
I can say let's try bouncing around, so that way we don't just make the mistake of just giving the Cliff Notes version of the series, so people can actually take away our hot, cold, and objectively correct takes on this show.
Well, I guess I'll start with the comment you made sort of about the... Actually, is that a good place to start? I'm not sure.
Go ahead, man.
You know what? Yeah, I'll shoot the shit. So you were talking about how it was a slice of life, sort of. And I agree. But these episodes, specifically episodes 10 through 12, felt a lot more slice of lifey than the first half of the show. Because the first half of the show is a lot more structured. You get, like, the first 4 episodes. Sorry, he's making the one costume. You know, he meets Kitagawa, makes the costume. Episode 5 is then sort of the finale of that. They wear the cosplay, and it's like, it's all happy. And then they start sort of a new arc. But then episodes 10, 11, and 12... Episode 10 has its own little costume with the, like, what is basically a glorified bra and panties and shark teeth. Then episode 11, he makes another costume very quickly, and they sort of go through that. But it's not like an emotional build-up and then payoff. It's just like, it's like costume of the week. It's like what we were afraid it would sort of become. And I don't think I like that as much as it going through actual arcs.
Yeah, I do prefer the arc process. Not that I have a problem with it being a costume of the week, as long as there was like an arc behind every costume. I enjoyed every single design that we were given, because every single one of the outfits that they placed Kitagawa into are beautiful. Special shout out to fucking Veronica, who's explicitly made out to be just a straight up Guilty Gear character, complete with the font in her title card introduction in the game that they play. And I can definitely see
that.
Oh, are you not? Well, I don't
I'm
play
not
Guilty
familiar
Gear.
with Guilty Gear.
Oh, you're not familiar with anything from Strive?
No.
No, okay. Well, it's very, they straight up, if you Googled Guilty Gear characters, excuse me, and their DLC, or even just like their character introductions rather, you'll see that they just went 1-to-1 with their character introduction for Veronica.
I think the main thing is, I think just the characters Dress Up Darling have, and sort of like how it's structured, fit better for like the whole, okay, now we make a costume and spend some time on that, and it sort of becomes this emotional, sort of long-ish arc. I think it's more fitting for that, because when I think of Dragon Maid, the ultimate slice of life, that has so many characters. It's like this ensemble comedy, and there's so many different things it can develop in a certain episode. And so it's just going all over the place. There's constant variance in Dragon Maid. Whereas with Dress Up Darling, it's like, well, you've got Gojo, you've got Kitagawa, and they're the two interesting characters. That's it. You can only go so many sort of slice of lifey episodes before you gotta like put in some actual progression to be like, okay, there's something a bit more here. I feel like if it keeps on going with the slice of life, it's gonna get at least a little stale. I don't think it'll ever get bad just because the characters are so good, but I don't want it to go in that direction at all.
Yeah, I know what you're saying. Going back to like the whole arc versus episodic thing and comparing it to Dragon Maid, which we can never seem to fucking escape with this podcast.
I bought 2 volumes of the Dragon Maid manga yesterday.
It's okay. Dude, at this point, adding Dragon Maid to the list of shows we'll cover in the podcast is an inevitability at this point.
Honestly, yeah,
you
you know,
to finally
put it there.
nut down and watch season 2.
I need to do that.
Yeah, the show is definitely at its most interest peaking when they are tackling these sort of cosplay arcs where they have like little problems or little events that they have around based around the cosplay outfits that they're trying to do, like we did with Shizuku. The whole thing there was not only just getting our feet wet with the whole cosplay concept for Gojo, but also going for the event, trying to get it done by a deadline. And then we got the Black Lobelia outfit, where it's we're doing this group shoot with these other cosplayers, and we want to do a good job for that. We've run into the new side problem or side issue, conflict, whatever, where Juju's sister, Shinju, wants to cosplay, but is unable to mentally because she doesn't want to like garner the disapproval of her sister, and also wants to cosplay as a character who is someone of the opposite sex, which she thinks she is unable to do despite her massive love for said character.
Yeah, there's always like sort of a problem solution with those ones, and like I guess it's kind of there with like the last two cosplays, sort of like with the one that's basically bra and panties based off of a Guilty Gear character. The problem is that, oh, well, that's like barely any clothing. I can't see you in that. And then with episode 11, the
And
thing
it gets
is sort
dealt
of like
with in
Gojo.
one episode.
Yeah.
It gets dealt with in
and then-
half an episode, in fact.
It doesn't really get dealt with at all, actually, now that I think about it. They don't, like, progress past it. I mean, I guess the next
Oh, we never
costume-
see her in the outfit,
Yeah.
actually.
Yeah.
I'm just now realizing that. What the fuck? I mean,
I
I
was
guess
very
if you count the
disappointed.
opening, but I don't.
And then episode 11, and this is one thing that I really did like, which is that Gojo sort of, he basically, or it's this chibi sort of cutesy manga, and he's trying to put Kitagawa in it, but he's realizing like, oh, this art style is incredibly simplistic. I'm gonna have to do a bit of creativity, some imagination to put her in this costume. And so what we get is him making a costume that's basically sort of like something of his own imagination just as much as it is from the manga. Except that it doesn't really spend a lot of time on it. The idea gets thrown around, and I do appreciate that the idea is there, but like what I wanted to see when I first saw where it was going with that was like, oh, he's gonna have to like sit down and be like, okay, what do I want this to look like? What would be the best idea for this? We get to see sort of that creative process, but instead it's just like, it's done in like 2 days or something. Off screen makes the entire thing kind of disappointing, at least to me.
I was thinking the exact same thing about how the whole conflict that we would have had to deal with in that episode with the succubus outfit is that, okay, it's a chibi design, and she doesn't really have an official quote unquote realistic typical design that all the past characters that we've dealt with have had. So what do I gotta do? I gotta look at this character and like try to encapsulate what the design represents thematically and emotionally in this design, in this aesthetic sense that I can put into this outfit that is meant for a realistically proportioned person and not this chibi anime manga character. And that just gets clean clapped up, dealt with off screen, and it's like they don't like completely sweep it under the rug. They do talk about it when going over like the details of the outfit, but it's just not the same. It leaves a lot to be desired when compared to all of the trials and tribulations we saw between the Shizuku outfit and the Black Lobelia outfit.
Yeah, like, that could have been an entire episode, I feel. Like, literally, like, you show him doing the creative process, maybe he goes to Kitagawa, and he's like, oh, is this good? And she's like, yeah, it's a creative thing. He's, like, working on it, maybe he could be like, but what if I mess it up? Like, what if I'm not doing the costume justice? But then he finds his motivation. He's like, yeah, I'm gonna do my very best to make this costume as creative and amazing as possible. I don't care if it's my own work, because my work is going to be great. Something like that. That could have been an entire episode with the whole emotional arc, and I feel like that was... I miss not having it, and that sucks.
Yeah, it hurts the most because that's like the heart of the show. like the mitochondria, the powerhouse, is Kitagawa being the literal perfect sex goddess that she is, and being the pinnacle of all that is creativity and art. But the heart of My Dress Up Darling is the themes of artistry and trying to like explain what art, like what the hobbies, like I'm saying art in a general sense, but even they're using cosplay as this specific focal point, this lens to view it through. But it's just like an artist expressing themselves and their strengths, their limitations, and how they're able to connect with how they feel about their own work and how other people feel about their work. And there's the line from episode 8 where Juju is talking with Gojo about why, like, Gojo's been on like, oh, why you coming to me for my outfits? I'm not even that good, bro. I literally just made one. You could have gone to so many other people and commissioned them for a better outfit. I couldn't only provide you with so much. And then Juju like internalizates all of that. Internalizes all of that. And then she just hits him with there are plenty of people who can make outfits, but when I saw yours, it was love at first sight. It made me jealous, and jealousy is something you feel about things that matter. And I'm like, this show fucking gets it!
That entire scene was amazing. Like, that hit me in the feels a little bit. And one thing that I just want to point out that's sort of relating to like the stuff we were saying earlier, I think episode 9 is like the last time we see Gojo actually make a costume. Is that right?
We get to see him making it.
Yeah.
I think so. I think the outfit that he makes for Shinju is the last one that we see.
Sadness.
And I mean, I guess I'm weighing the pros and cons of it in my head. It's like, do I need to see him messing with the fabrics every single time? But you know what? For the sake of it, for a show about making cosplay outfits, I think not showing the process of at least like the slapdash. Like, if you're gonna hit us with the simple outfits off screen, like the Veronica one, fine. That's like 2 belts and a pair of short shorts, and then but like. Even the shit with the succubus outfit with what was her name? Liz, I think it was. Even with her outfit, like that almost demands to be having the creative process shown animated on screen to be like, okay, I gotta figure out how to take this chibi art style, put it into a realistic proportion art style. What features should I do? Hey, her heart, kind of the end of her like devil tail kind of looks like a heart. So what if I make the back of her little maid collar in the shape of her heart to make it like match a little? Like why couldn't we see that?
It's not as satisfying to just see the product. I want to see at least a little bit of the process so that I know the struggle that went into it, and maybe see Gojo get more efficient and more better at making costumes or cosplay. I keep on calling them costumes. I mean, I guess that's technically correct, but cosplay.
Yeah, you're still right. Man, maybe Gojo is just so goated that he can just make them, but just by thinking really hard. We don't even need to see the creative process.
He just whips them up and materializes them with his hand.
He does the. I'm trying to do the. You haven't seen JoJo Part 4, but it's like in Part 4 with Rohan. Whenever he's making a manga, he like instead of just like drawing, taking the time to like carefully draw with each ink stroke, he just fucking with slips like whaps the pen all over the place and like splashes the ink from the like inches above the canvas and just all paints in perfectly. Like that's what Gojo can do, but with these outfits.
All right, so something I said near the end of last episode was that I didn't like Sajuna at all. I in fact said that I outright disliked her presence in the show. And I'm kind of coming around on her because she's really passionate about, basically, like she literally, as a kid, wanted to be a magical girl and still wants to be a magical girl, in a sense.
That shit
like
was
she
cute.
knows, yeah. And like what I think finally sort of endeared me to her is that Sajuna basically wants to always be within like this sort of anime realm in a sense. Like she wants to always be involved with like in her hobby, dressing up as her favorite characters. I imagine probably wants to do something cosplay or otherwise anime related as a career. And I really latched on to that part of her specifically, how she just always wants to be in that sphere. Because, I mean, I guess this is a little shilly, kind of, but like, I want to be a writer when I grow up because I just like anime and fiction so much, and I always want to be surrounded by that. And I sort of latched on to Sajuna because of that. So, I like that aspect of her. She still isn't nearly as good as Gojo and Kitagawa, but she's okay. I wouldn't mind seeing her face now.
The greatest redemption arc in fictional history. Speaking of Sajuna with the whole magical girl thing, I gotta pay my respects to that incredibly good shot of her as a kid looking at the neon Oneitam or whatever dress in the shop window, and her having her reflection like fill in the outfit. So good. Incredibly well directed. I did not check the manga to see if it was lifted straight from there. If so, good framing, good paneling. It does make me want to check out the manga. I checked out the manga exactly once to compare scenes between the anime and the manga, only for episode 11, where I wanted to see how the author handled the manga that he made up. I wrote down the full name because this deserves to be shared with the world. I'm a mega best-selling high school student light novel author that has a succubus thirsting for me every night, and I don't know what to do. It's the good kind of satire.
I had an entire paragraph about that. So that fucking parodied light novel title is the absolute best thing I have ever read, and I couldn't stop laughing my ass off at it. Because, like, they not only nailed the long title, they also nailed the self-insertion aspect. Because it's, like, clearly the author being like, the main character of this is a light novel author. And I mean, I guess it's a manga. When I first read it, when I first watched the show, I thought it was going to also be a light novel. But still sort of has, like, that main character is the artist sort of vibe, so I thought it was hilarious.
Oh yeah, it doesn't sound like a 4-coma. It sounds like one of those hilariously awful, obviously self-insert, oh, I'm the super cool, young, successful author writing shitty fantasy books, and I have this cute, hot anime demon babe thirsting for my dick every single night, and gotta beat that pussy off with a stick, bro. It's just so hard.
I mean, honestly, from what little of the manga they show, I feel like it could actually... I'm just imagining the real version of this in the premise. Guy who, like, works himself to death and never sleeps, and the succubus is always trying to get him to sleep. That actually sounds
that's just Senko-san. That's literally just Senko-san.
Well, I've also seen Senko-san 3 times, so maybe this is saying a lot about my tastes. It's a 6 out of 10, and I saw it 3 times.
And you think it's mediocre, and you watched it 3 times? Are you like,
yes.
Do you have so few bitches?
Yes.
Does high school just stamp your heart out, your heart and soul that often, so much?
I think the last time I watched it was actually because I was stressed out about stuff. So yes, apparently so.
Okay, I know it's a small tangent, but I watched the first episode of Senko-san, and I was like, all right, this is kind of cute. And then I got to like the very end, and I assume it's like this for at the end of every episode, where it's a first-person perspective, and Senko or whatever character is probably helping you out. I believe it's just Senko every time, and it's just doing like cute things, like being your at-home fantasy caretaker, and I'm just like, I'm not this sad. Like, I feel like I'm being specifically targeted and pandered to, and that makes me upset. I don't want to watch this show anymore.
I skipped all of the ending episode scenes, if that makes it any better that I have seen this show thrice.
Okay, it makes it a little better.
Okay, I've redeemed myself. I don't have that little of a life yet.
So yeah, I was looking up the My Dress Up Darling manga to see if what I thought was the case, and in fact it was. Both the author and Cloverworks made up this manga. To be precise, the author drew the exact 4-panel structuring of this made up 4-koma manga, and the anime just literally did straight up that, and then put it also into the anime just to give us the vibes of these fake characters in this fake manga, so we can feel how Gojo and Kitagawa feel about the manga. And that was very good attention to detail, very good adaptation work.
That's one thing that I really actually appreciate about Dress Up Darling, and not just because it's like cool to have alternate like in-universe fiction, but also because it works thematically with the show. Because what is Dress Up Darling about? Well, it's about characters who are obsessed with anime and fiction and all their different hobbies. So of course, those, like, the actual shows that they are obsessed over are going to have space in the show. So you get to see, many minutes of the sort of fake anime that they're basing their cosplay off of. You get to see the actual 4-koma and like multiple skits from that 4-koma, and you get to see the characters' reactions to it. And I just like that part of the show, not just because it's cool, but it also works its way in with the theming. And it also, they're just entertaining little bits. Like, the little 4-komas, they made me smile. Seeing the fake anime, like, yeah, it's cheesy, but that's also the point. And it's also, like, genuinely in, like, a different style from the rest of the show and looks good. And that's also really just a fun time.
It is very much a fun time. I'm sorry that I have to derail the conversation here, but thinking about that scene from episode 11 and thinking about the scene that comes directly after it, got my blood boiling, because it reminded me of a fucking tweet I saw of the one motherfucking Joey the anime man. I'm calling his ass out. He's fake as fuck. I'm pulling up the exact fucking tweet right now so I can clip it and put it onto the fucking.
All right, hold on. Link it to me.
Visual.
Link it to me so I can understand why your blood is boiling.
I gotta find it because I think it's in a reply thread and not his actual thing. Not that I care to follow or watch the content of the fucking anime man, because my standards are a little higher than that. But I just gotta make sure. I gotta make sure that I have my facts straight before I fucking put this man on blast.
Oh, no.
Here it is. Okay, he's replying to some Lich VTuber, or a VTuber named Lich VTuber, saying, so Lich says, I'd like Dress Up Darling more if the pro tag wasn't a wooden plank, so now I gotta put this motherfucker on blast too. I have no idea who you are, I've never heard of you till now, but now you've made an enemy out of me personally.
Oh god.
And then Joey the anime man, he replies with, let's be real, if he was any less of a wooden plank, this show would just turn into a dojin. Y'all motherfuckers gotta stop hating on my boy Gojo. I will not stand this slander any longer. It brings my piss to a boil.
In fairness, that was an unfair call-out. Gojo has a personality.
Not only does he have a
say-
personality, everyone calling him this wooden plank. Oh, he's like, how is he any different from literally any of the other harem or romance stories where they're so nervous, they're so insecure? Because none of them have the fucking balls of my boy. Dude, that one scene where Kitagawa is like going off about how she wants to cosplay as Liz, but she doesn't think she can because she doesn't think she'd look good in half pigtails. And then the seriousness of Gojo dropping all of his insecurities and hangups about being close to Kitagawa in this manga cafe room that they happen to be in at the time, and just like staring her dead in the face and being like, I think you look fucking great in half pigtails. Why do you think you don't? And I'm like, so good. It's so good.
All right, I'm going to play a bit of devil's advocate in favor of the anti-Gojo argument for a bit, because it is, I think, at least a little true in the sense that as the show goes on, he doesn't get as much characterization. I definitely think the peak of Gojo's character was probably episode 4, and before that when we get to see his like school life and like no, he's a loner and all that. But he still has a personality. He's far more like jumpy and nervous than a harem protagonist, I think. Like it's a bit more ubiquitous with him, whereas with most harem protagonists they just spend harem protagonists, they just spend most of the time being not even a character. Gojo at least has like a consistent sort of characterization, and like you can feel out his personality.
You said that Gojo peaked around episode 4, and like if we're talking emotional peaks of the series, then yes, episode 4 is the emotional peak. But I don't want to say that Gojo, it's all, because that would imply it's all downhill from Gojo at that, after that point. And there's another scene that shows off the big ball swinging king that is Gojo, and that's going back to episode 8, where he and Jujo are having that little powwow in the stairwell of the abandoned hospital, and Juju hits him with the line about jealousy is something you feel about things that matter, and then it causes Gojo to have a flashback to when he was a kid, looking at the Hina dolls in his grandfather's shop, and then he compliments Graham, saying that they're very pretty, and that they're like the best that he's ever seen, the most beautiful things he's ever seen in his life. And then his grandfather hits him with this line that I also took the time to write down because it was so good. Out of all the doll shops out there, we're doing everything we can to get our dolls to catch the eyes of customers, so they'll think these are the best there are. So hearing you say they're the best makes your Gramps really happy. And then it clicks in Gojo's head. He realizes how happy he made his grandfather at that time, and how happy he is to hear Sajuna say those words about his cosplay outfit, and it validates his feelings on that, and Kitagawa's on his cosplay. And it drives him to fucking tears. Because, like, I get it. I finally get it.
Once again, the conversation with Sajuna, absolutely stellar. And another thing that puts him...
The character animation on Sajuna was fucking impeccable. Where she's just going fucking... Nani. She's like bouncing.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, that animation cut, like, fucking saved in my head forever.
I could
almost kind of
see...
stumbling backwards.
I could see the long hours of overwork in that animation. I could see the suicide nets in Sajuna's eyes.
Then the visual gag of Shion, I think her name, yeah, the girl that she's cosplaying as, unplugging her brain as Gojo is holding onto her hand. Peak fiction. We made it, boys.
That was
Stop
great.
all anime after this. Spring season, not even a thing anymore. Not gonna happen. Cancel it. Flusky, casual, cancel the podcast. No Spy X Family.
Something that I think also makes Gojo a more interesting character than just a wooden plank, like some people apparently assert, is that, like, I get why these people around him sort of respect him, because he's very much on the side of, like, oh, pursue your hobbies, it's not shameful, you know. Kitagawa sort of red-pilled him on that. And then with Sajuna, he said something to Sajuna. I'm trying to remember it. I don't know. I'll go through my notes and try and remember it eventually.
Well, while you're looking for that, I want to touch on another thing that appealed to me personally. Going back to how this show is about making people feel seen, about their passions, or whatever that may be, whether it be something as broad and general as just cosplayer, being an artist in general, to very specific things like just being a fan of weird hentai porn games. They come at us with Shinju. And she's appealing to my videography, photography-loving brain. It's making the neurons activate. And when she's going over all the things about the DSLR and how all, like, the facets of it, the lens, the different tricks you can do, all the different, like, the full-stop lens, photo, telephoto, as a videography major from college and someone who loved to dabble in photography while he was in that said major. It was the show was doing justice to us DSLR loving bros and the struggle of them being too much money, man. That becomes like a sort of overarching goal now of the show that Kitagawa wants to save up for that DSLR camera so they don't have to take pictures on their shitty little smartphones anymore.
I guess that brings me to another point, which is that I feel like one of the sort of core themes of Dress Up Darling is that of obsession. And I sort of talked a little bit about it earlier, but like all the characters are obsessed about something, like obsessed with something. You know, the entire show is obsessed with cosplaying, first of all. And then Gojo's obsessed with the Hina dolls.
And putting Kitagawa in the sexiest
Yeah.
fucking positions known to man. But we'll get back to that.
Yeah, and I guess the point, in a sense, is to A, explore that theme, and also B, validate the audience for having their own obsessions. Like, when I say explore, like, Gojo literally is so obsessed with Hina dolls, or at least was, that he hasn't been to a fireworks festival before, or, like, hasn't been to the beach. And I guess it sort of explores it from that angle too, and like, just it's all about obsession. Everyone in this show is obsessed with something, and maybe the audience is obsessed with the show. And I guess it sort of says like it's okay to be obsessed with something to that extent for the most part, even if you are missing the summer festival. It's okay because other people feel that way too, and you can bond over your obsessions.
Yeah, it's definitely saying, like, hey, there are some obsessions in life that are healthy as long as you're, like, passionate about them. Like, granted, it doesn't necessarily paint Gojo missing out on socializing and having friends in a positive light. It definitely paints him to be a big sado boy. But it goes out of its way to show, like, with the cosplaying and the general uplifting and approval of weirdo shit trademark registered copyright, like those porn games that Kitagawa plays, or just the watching fucking 893 episodes of an anime to get ready for one fucking cosplay. And it's like, you know what? If you're having fun and you're like deriving joy out of it, it's like, who's to say that it's bad? Now, obviously, if you're fucking Elden Ring playthrough is going like disrupting your sleep schedule or like affecting your performance at your job, then maybe, you know, to handle that at appropriate and with the appropriate amount and level of response. But this show is definitely being like, hey, you know what? It's an obsession, but who's to say that every obsession has to be bad, you know?
Well, you know, personally, my obsession is with crack cocaine, and I don't see any reason to stop that.
Yeah, man. I was gonna try to think of something to top crack cocaine, and my mind immediately went to. I don't even want to say
what
it
did
now.
he go to? All right, what did
I was gonna say fucking child porn.
No.
Don't worry, they're all fictional. There are no victims. I'm gonna make a bold decision and not cut that out.
Oh my god. Okay.
No, we're gonna let that one. We're gonna chuck that stone in the ocean. We're gonna see all the ripples that come after that one.
Oh, we're gonna have fun with that in 6 years when Twitter discovers that one.
It's okay if there are no victims. All right, it's okay. It's okay. We're already on a fucking list because of that one scene from the last batch with Sajina butt ass naked from the shower. We might as well, if the ship's going down, we're going down in a blaze of glory.
Ah, hell yeah. Let's see. Just going down my notes. There's one. All right, so this show looks amazing overall, and I must specify that. But there's one scene that looked bad enough that it kept on distracting me, and it's an episode. I think. Hold on, checking my notes. Yeah, episode 8, and it's during the beach scene, because I think what they did was take a live action shot with a camera of a beach and then blurred the fuck out of it.
I think they did, in fact, do that, because I think I might be wrong about this, because I noticed something similar in the last episode at the fireworks festival, where at first, like, when they're doing that big rotating shot, it does look like they, at least, like, maybe computer generated them, but it does look like they at least animated some fireworks. But then there's this one shot of them with the rest of the crowd, and it looks like they just composited the cell of the crowd up against, like, a grainy, low-res phone recording of a firework night sky, and it was like the only time in the show, aside from maybe that beach scene, but I don't think it was bad enough to me warrant like writing it down and be like, ooh, that looks ugly. It's the one time in this whole show where I well, no, not one time, second time, because I'm flashing back to the last podcast where I touched on that low-res background. The second time in the whole show where I looked at something and thought, ooh, that looks not good.
Well, see,
but that's what happens when you do like 3 shows in one season. So you know what?
Yeah.
Maybe don't do that.
See, my bigger problem with the beach scene isn't that they used live action, surprisingly enough. Like, I think if they just stylized the hell out of it like Shaft, maybe they could actually make it work while also being on a budget. What bothers me is that it's so blurry. So what it gives this sort of impression where instead of being on a beach, it feels like they're on this sort of like vague thing that looks sort of like a beach, but like it also feels like they're in a dream or some nightmare realm.
I kind of get what you're talking about, because I think the way they set it up is that it's not like your typical beach episode, even though Base Kitagawa fucking just marches into the scene and is like, hey, fuckhead, this is now a beach episode. And then literally next shot, bam, this is a beach episode, baby. No, it's not like your typical anime beach episode. There's not one bathing suit to be seen. The two of them are just chilling just because at first Gojo's like, oh, we're here to like learn about lighting tricks with the that Shinju taught us, right? And Kitagawa's like, no, I just wanted to hang out at the beach. And it's like, you know what, that's valid.
Yeah,
and,
I like that introduction to the scene.
Yeah. I do think that the saturation of the beach was very toned down. Usually when you think of anime beach episodes, when you think of the beach, you think it's bright, it's sunny, it's like barely a cloud in the sky, the sun's beaten down, the ocean is a bright, beautiful blue, the sand is like a nice, not full-on orange, but a nice mix of like a beige, kind of like a soft brown, like the kind of brown you'd see. It's hard for me to describe. I was gonna compare it to fucking like powdered cinnamon donuts for whatever reason. I don't know why my mind jumped to that, but yeah, like you know what I'm talking about. It's sand colored, but this is very grayish sand in this episode. It's a blue sky, but like it's pretty cloudy as I recall. It was the sun was out. It just wasn't exactly the ideal beach day. But hey, you know what? They're not in their swimsuits, so you know what? Maybe it works out. It was a fucking spur of the moment thing. Because you didn't fucking check the weather app to be like, oh, overcast at the beach, not my fucking problem.
See, and I like that sort of choice, because I feel like if they just, captured the scene a bit more beautifully, it could have worked out. But, like, alright, so earlier in episode 4, they go to the abandoned hospital. In the abandoned hospital, like, this was the first episode I was watching of the batch, immediately caught my attention. I was like, I am instantly engaged because I want to go to this abandoned hospital and explore it all around, and I want to see all the little nooks and crannies inside it. I felt like I want to be there with these characters.
Bro, the gang checking out, I don't mean to interrupt, but like the gang checking out that old abandoned hospital for shoot locations, it was such a cool scene. I really liked how they encountered the specter of the stethoscopes and they get chased around the building, and I found that one scene of Kitagawa and Gojo running in and out of different doors to be really amusing, as well as when Kitagawa jumped into Gojo's arms and yelled, like, run, Scoob! But then it turns out that Old Man Jenkins was in a mask the whole time and it was gonna tear down the building to build a strip mall. I was like, I would have gotten away with it too if it weren't for you meddling horny teenagers and your weird outfits.
Actually, speaking of the hospital,
it was very keen.
The abandoned hospital scene, there was the one scene, alright, so this was the first sort of scene that started to endear me to Sajuna. And I sort of hate that this endeared me to her because it's so fucking cheap. But Sajuna being afraid of
they
the
made her
rain and the
a scared
storm
little
and-
pussy girl.
Yeah, that
Yep.
endeared me to her.
They're
and I
they're
hated-
triggering that base want to protect instincts.
I literally have in my notes activates my protect small girl instincts and whatnot. And then what I should have put after that is fuck you. So yeah, that's my thoughts on that. Back to the beach. Like the abandoned hospital was well realized, but like the beach is just blurry nothingness. Don't like it. Unblur it. I would rather just see the photo you took in all its full 1080p glory. I would rather see that.
the megalobox conundrum.
Oh, the one shot that I did like from the beach scene though is when Kitagawa and Gojo sort of like standing out towards the beach. And this is the one sort of shot where I think the ethereal plane sort of thing the scene has going actually works, because this time it was intentional instead of it just being a blur effect, where they're staring out into the water and like you can barely see at all because I guess there's fog or mist or something like that. And it's just their silhouettes against blue. That stuff I really liked.
Yeah, it was very. I would say that the beach episode is definitely the most. I want to say it feels weird to say it like that, but maybe the most artistic of the episodes, at least artistically set up. Like, cause the way that we're describing this beach episode and how it's like unlike most beach episodes in anime is already like interesting enough on its own. Because you know that Mr. What was the author's name again? Fukuda. That his last name was like his name was like or her name. I got conflicting reports on whether or not we know the identity of the author's gender or not.
It's one of those mangakas, huh?
Yeah, it's one of those. It's one of those Akasaka deals. Cause I still not even 100% sure on their gender as well. But you know, that's a story for another day.
Shinichi Fukuda.
All right, Shinichi Fukuda. Maybe they've already done it in the manga, but you know, at the very least, they've got the beach episode in their back pocket, waiting to pull it out at any time.
The second the ratings start to dip, beach episode spikes to 1 million.
And they can't. And with the only problem is Gojo and Kitagawa cannot risk returning to the same beach, lest they run in once again to the ultimate villain of Dress Up Darling, the Hamburglar.
Oh my god, that pun made me love this show and hate it at the same time.
Fucking Kitagawa wanting to be fed those french fries by Gojo, making my heart melt faster than those fries would actually do to my heart in real life. The cutest shit. And even cuter when the fucking bird swoops down, steals her burger, and she just lets out the fucking Atashi no burger. I cannot do anime girl voice, so you just gotta.
It was a fine enough
the peak
impression.
Autism. You have to imagine the peak autism there. One last note about the burgers. Apparently, the Japanese put fish on top of their beef patties because they mentioned they put whitebait in the burger. And I'm like, that, once again, this is just Japan demonstrating why they're superior to us filthy Americans. We're too behind on the game, goddammit. We need to raise it.
I'm having trouble relating to your foodie rantings right now.
Are you not a foodie?
I'm not a foodie.
Don't worry. Once you hit college, bro, it's gonna hit. Once you get that disposable income, and once you start going around the college campus, and you're in between your classes, and the munchies start hitting, it's gonna change. I'm in the same boat you are right now. Well, I was rather when I was in high school. It's like I can't afford to eat fast food whenever I feel like it, and then it's all a matter of self-restraint once you get the income, once you get that first paycheck.
Well, my income is certainly being disposed of, all right, on all this manga I'm buying.
Maybe you can put the fucking pages in the burger next time. It'd be good fiber.
I'm sure it would be. All right, any other tangents we want to go on?
Before we leave the beach, I just want to point out one super awesome Gojo moment trademark where he calls the beach beautiful, and remember, he only uses that word when he means it from the heart, and Kitagawa knows this. And because like she like perks up immediately when she hears that Gojo calls the beach beautiful, and then that sparks a little conversation about how Gojo's like, before I didn't have too many friends, so I didn't get to do all these cool things, to like all these cool places to visit, things to do, and then Kitagawa turns around, hits him with the "let's hang out all summer, just the two of us," and it's the cutest fucking shit.
I love the little, like, afterwards, she's breathing heavily, and you immediately know, like, okay, this was, like, a big deal to her. She was really nervous to say this. I liked it. It made it very immediately obvious, but in a sort of subtle way, where you have to parse it just enough so that you feel smart for getting it.
Yet another reason why this show is so spectacular. It is one of the most believable romances I've ever seen in an anime. They don't rush shit. They don't misunderstand or misinterpret the other's feelings. And the biggest thing, is this legal to do in anime? They treat each other like human beings who can respect the other's intelligence? What?
Okay, what you said about misunderstandings made me remember a scene that, in my pretentiously humble opinion, is complete and utter genius. All right, so at the end of episode 10, they're sort of walking, and Gojo's like, "I can't look at your cosplay," and it's because, in his head he's like, you're gonna be in a bra and panties, and you're gonna have like barely anything on, and I can't look at that. That'd make me too nervous. I'd feel horrible looking at that. But like, because you're so hot and sexy. That's what he's thinking, but Kitagawa was like, because he's getting sort of a serious expression, he's like, wait, why not? Why don't you want to see it? And then Gojo.
The fear in Kitagawa is genuine. It is real, and like at first you're like the doubt sort of starts to creep in, and it's like, oh god, is this where we're gonna get into like a big, oh no, it's not like this, it's not this big misunderstanding thing. They clear that shit up real fast.
Yeah, I want to go into my thought process here, because it was like, oh my god, is this what I think it is? Is this because it was like at the episode, like the end of episode 10. This is where you'd reasonably expect a show to sort of hit the climax of the first season. And I was like, is this what the next 2 episodes are going to be about? Am I going to have to watch this? Am I going to have to watch this show go completely downhill? And then he explains it to Kitagawa. She's like, oh, that's what it was. You nearly gave me a panic attack. I was nearly on the ground writhing and screaming because of what you almost said. Glad it was just that.
Would have fucking
Glad
pulled
I
out
didn't
my
become a stroke victim.
ceremony knife and committed seppuku right here on the plaza sidewalk.
So the reason why I think this is genius is because I think it speaks a lot to this show's intention. Because normally in the sort of stereotypical, archetypical anime rom-com, you get 2 characters, and then they misunderstand each other, and then you enter like 6.5 arcs of that. The misunderstanding mayhem never ends. But this is basically like Dress Up Darling saying in the most explicit terms possible that we're not going to do that. This show, and I am convinced of this, right? I have not read the manga, don't know what's going to happen to it, but I am convinced that Gojo and Gojo and Kitagawa misunderstanding each other will never, ever be a big plot point in this show. Because the show is saying in the most explicit terms right here that we're not about that bullshit. And so, I'm happy about that. I'm very pleased to see this sort of scene. Probably one of the best scenes of the arc, just because it gives me a smile on my face, gives me hope for the future, knowing that this show ain't about that.
And then, if almost to further quell your doubts and be like, hey, you know what? Not only are we not going to have to deal with this kind of bullshit ever, we are going to double the fuck down and put these fuckers in a the porn sex hotel, and we're gonna get them to maybe fuck.
Maybe.
Now,
Alright,
obviously,
so-
they ain't gonna start putting out that fast, but with the whole thing with the Love Hotel doubles back around to another aspect I love about the show, the sexual tension and the themes of sexuality in general. Cause thing about our boy Gojo, low key, he kind of a horny motherfucker.
There was one thing. This is slightly off topic, but slightly on topic. There was one episode where he was like, "A lot of things happened after I saw that swimsuit." That line has so
when
many
she texts the fucking
connotations.
swimsuit.
Yeah,
And the only things that are highlighted behind him are like the things on his desk in that same shot. One of them being a box of tissues.
I wonder what happened when he saw that
Implying-
saw that swimsuit.
Implying that it was so fucking hot that he beat that fucking schmeat. And you know
I
what?
mean-
It's Kitagawa. It's hard to blame the man.
I mean, he has canonically had a wet dream about her, so I would not put this past the lad.
He has we have seen as in we've gotten verbal confirmation. We had verbal confirmation that this man has came once at least to the idea of Kitagawa and has canonically beat that fucking meat. It's the pounding that pavement twice already. This man is approaching, what the fuck was his name? Kazuya levels of masturbation in the series from Rent a Girlfriend.
I mean, he probably does it a lot more off camera. I mean, just think about that.
And except he doesn't have really sad, fucked up fantasies. You saw that shit that happened in some of the more recent chapters of Rent a Girlfriend, right?
When he like imagines the other guy fucking Chizuru.
And he like was he in a pool at the time?
Yeah,
Was
it's
he like
infamous.
Oh no. Okay. Wait. Was he actually in a pool at the time, or was like Chizuru in a pool in his imagination, and he was like jerking off at home?
I think he was in a pool having the fantasy. I'm not sure if he was jerking off in the pool. I would have to look at the manga again.
I would not put
not
it past
that I want to.
sad, pathetic little man, that manlet. Don't
Manlet,
fucking
yeah.
watch, don't fucking read Rent a Girlfriend. Please, it's for your mental health. This is your public service announcement for the day.
Dude, I was in Barnes & Noble, all right, yesterday, and the one thing I heard someone say about manga, because most people just go into the manga section all silent-like, because weebs don't talk to each other. Weebs don't talk to anyone. We don't have lives. But the one thing I heard someone say in the manga section was them trashing Rent a Girlfriend.
You should have fucking high-fived them on the spot. You should have been like, my brother in Christ, and fucking dapped him up. Full stop.
I should have. Honestly, all right, if I go back to Barnes & Noble and someone trashes Rent a Girlfriend in my ear, in my sort of radius of hearing again, I will walk up to them and be like, "Hey, want a high five?" And they'll be like, "What for?" "Just a high five." Just because you're that
No, I'd be like,
awesome.
whoa, you hate this
I'm
piece of
not-
shit stupid manga too? Hell yeah, brother.
Oh yeah, we're gonna become best friends over this.
That's how you
We've
start
gotten-
a lifelong relationship over your mutual hatred of this
Yeah.
horrible, actually toxic thing to put out in the world.
Oh yeah, at me and this girl's marriage, we're gonna be like, "I just want to thank Rent a Girlfriend and its author for starting our relationship based off of our hatred for this manga."
Mommy is, in fact, best girl, and if you think otherwise, you're part of the problem.
We've gotten so on topic.
Alright, don't worry, I can bring us back around real easily. Not only is Gojo a horny motherfucker, I would not put it past Kitagawa with all of the teasing and all of the things that she's into. Obviously, they can't show it for risking tainting the perfectly sexy image that we already have set up of her. But would you put it past her to be, schlicking the peach a little bit to Gojo? You think she hasn't?
My girl literally plays porn games. It's in the canon. It's in the canon somewhere. I'm sure of it.
Like, oh yeah, all of the characters she's into are either porn related, porn adjacent, or just tend to have like kind of sexy designs. Like even Black Lobelli, which is from a magical girl show, which is like targeted for kids. Even like the way her corset is designed, where she has, in order to match the outfit, she has to wear this swimsuit that shows off like most of her thighs and quads. She definitely has a type.
She is definitely doing that to Gojo.
Bro, the tease that she hits our boy with at the end of episode 10, where she's like leans into his ears like, "Hey, you know that really pervy skin revealing cosplay that you can't see me in? What if I were to send you a picture of it?" And once again, hitting him with the fucking bedroom doomy eyes, which is now accentuated even further in episode 11 when they actually go to a doomy bedroom.
So episode 11 sort of has the episode 2 thing going on where they spend most of their time in one locale, except whereas I didn't like episode 2 so much. Episode 11 is probably my favorite of all the ones in this block. There's a lot of funny jokes. There's a lot of sexual tension between the two. There's her wearing the costume, which, granted, I wish it were still like the climax of an arc, but how it is, it's fine enough.
Dude, you want to talk sexual tension? You mentioned how this brought back episode 2 vibes, and I couldn't agree more, because once again, Cloverworks and Fukuda are hitting us with the sexiest goddamn shit you've seen in a TV anime. That, like, it makes actual hentai not seem as sexy. The fucking sexual tension in episode 11 is so palpable. You can cut it with a goddamn knife. It's so thick. Every single aspect, especially of the scene where they're sitting after the shot of Gojo taking Kitagawa's picture of her sitting on top of him in order to get the best angle. And then they hear in the next room over some girl getting fucked by some dude. Some probably getting recorded for blacked.com or some shit. And then it hits Gojo. And it's like, oh wait, I've now just remembered the reality of my situation. And then we see these boys at Cloverworks are going as far as to animate this boy getting a hard on. And it brushes by Kitagawa just enough to have her notice. And then like the fear of God is instilled in this man. And he like leans up to try to get her off. He's like, you gotta get the fuck off me, thought. I don't want cosplay sex. And then
my church forbids it, Kitagawa.
It's against my religion. I gotta wait till marriage.
Allah will smite me, Kitagawa. Get off.
And then the animation of his hands grabbing her sides, like the tiniest little ripple of like the skin going sent across her skin in her stomach, and the gasp that she lets out. And she instantly goes to cover her mouth, and her phone drops. It hits the It hits the fucking light switch. The lights go dark. They still hear the faint sounds of the lady next door getting blacked over. And then they're just sitting at each other's arms, fucking staring at each other, heavy breathing. And the way that they slowly ease their bodies in each other's grasp. The way that after that really fucking good shot of even like the bed springs, dude. That shot of the bed springs, out them rocking back and forth from the sudden like jerking motion, just to them like staying completely still, only being ever so slightly rocked by their heavy breathing, and then they're untensing their bodies. Their legs are like spreading out just a little bit more. Like Kitagawa's lowering her legs onto the bed, almost straddling Gojo, and they're looking in each other's eyes, and Kitagawa's putting down her defenses. Her mouth is no longer being covered by her hands, and they're leaning in, all just slowly but surely. Not quite within fake out kiss distance, but enough to they're breathing right in each other's faces. They're getting the hot, heavy breath. They're staring right in each other in the face in the dark. And then the phone call breaks it up. There will be no underage sex happening today, unfortunately. Yeah,
I'm
take that
very
out of context.
Please take it out of context.
And like even the cute sexy things in after that scene, like the way Kitagawa, you know, remember how she like slides off the bed, how she like kind of scoots herself over like inch by inch when she's like, oh, I'm gonna go change in the bathroom.
Oh yeah, I remember that. There's
And
like
then
a
she just sinks
full
down.
minute. Oh yeah, there's like a full
It's like-
minute of them just silence and breathing.
And dude, that shit is, I would go as far to say, it's hotter than the shit from episode 2.
I was about to
And
say
they
that.
put her-
It's that's the hottest thing in this show. Genuinely.
Like, and they had her in a full-on deadass, the sexiest bikini you ever did see, with her titties flopping all around, her ass pretty much on full display, the Tarantino influence with her feet propped up against her Gojo's legs, and even this, granted, not to say Kitagawa isn't in a really fucking sexy outfit in this episode, but like, goddamn.
That scene was like incredibly, like shockingly tense. Like the minute that goes by, right? Like it's not boring, shockingly enough, because it keeps that tension throughout the entire thing. Which normally if there's a full minute of silence in the show, I'm like, okay, hurry the fuck up. We're spending too long here. They managed to keep the tension going that entire time. It was a really good scene.
And you know what's another good thing about the scene? Even though, like, it does represent a turning point in their relationship and how they've definitely gotten to know each other, if at even, like, the tiniest bit, they've gotten to know each other sexually just a little bit. And in any other piece of shit romance manga or anime or shit like that, this would be the fucking, oh my god, how the fuck am I gonna be able to be around her anymore now that I've, like, gotten in this weird sexy situation with her? Oh, I can never look her in the eye again. No. What happens that, they go home, they kind of acknowledge it for a little bit, be like, hey, that was kind of weird, right? And then Gojo just, has that fucking, my man's is so pent up. He be looking like the old dude from that Attack on Titan meme recently. You know, he's another ones with, Aaron, like, leaning into the old dude's ear, like, pressuring him to do shit. Like, you've seen that
I have
meme?
not seen that one, but I put in my notes, Gojo has fucking stoner eyes.
It's like, he's got the fucking 1,000-yard stare. It's like he just went through like 5 Vietnams all at once. And then the first thing we see when he gets home, he's got to go home and he's got to exorcise the demon. He can't get the image of Kitagawa out of his head. He's like trying to, not only he's beating both kinds of head at once. Trying to just feel like something else, but it's all he can think about. And it's just very, very good. And in any other piece of shit, this would be like, we gotta deal with it. It's gotta be like an awkward thing to talk about. No, they don't really bring it up anymore after that.
Yeah, it's
just like, yeah,
dropped
it's
completely.
a business as usual. Because how fucking obnoxious would it be to, like, got a maypole dance around this for an episode or two before we go back to never acknowledging its existence again?
It's like, it's definitely not like those harem anime that some people like to think it is. It's just not. That this wouldn't happen in those kinds of shows. At least I don't think so.
Bro, Digi was right on the money the whole time. That's how you make fan service anime better. You make all of the characters down to fuck. Because when everyone's involved, when everyone's a willing participant, it's that much hotter. So we don't get
Exactly.
a fucking situation where it's like, oh, we don't have Gojo walking in on Kitagawa changing and then she fucking slaps the taste out of his mouth like Will Smith and Chris Rock.
Well, in all fairness, that happens to Sajuna, and I am still mad. All right, Gojo and Kitagawa went to a literal love hotel, and he still hasn't seen her naked. Meanwhile, his introduction to Sajuna was the entirety of Sajuna. I still have a bone to
He got
pick
the full
there.
course meal. Hey man, it's okay. Gojo has actually if only through a layer of latex or whatever swimsuits are made out of. He has felt Kitagawa's pussy, and in turn, her pussy, through 2 layers of clothing, mind you, have felt his dick.
I mean, if we're including underwear, 3 layers of clothing, but that's splitting hairs.
And you know what? Like, so I wondered. This is funny to think about, and I was like, I know that like this some mad genius out there, some psychopath out online has probably already calculated this, but like I wonder if you took that one shot of Gojo getting a hard on from Kitagawa, I wonder, could you mathematically calculate and the accurate size of Gojo's dick? Is it possible?
Maybe. Depends on how much it's curved inside his pants, though.
We don't know if he bends up or bends down, or if he's one of those weirdos who bends sideways. Not to say if yours happens to bend sideways, viewer, that you are a weirdo, but it's just
Gojo's bends 90 degrees right. That's how. That's how.
It's a fucking perfect right angle. Horrifying to think about.
Let's see. So episode 12, I have like barely any notes on episode 12. They saw a movie together and that was pretty fun, and then they went to the fireworks show. Honestly, episode 12 was one of probably the least good episodes in the entire show. It was just kind of a slice of life episode. And I mean, it's fun.
It wasn't bad. It was pretty good. It had the least to do with cosplay, but you know.
Yeah.
It's all about the furthering of their relationship. This was a relationship episode, not a cosplay episode.
I mean, it doesn't really feel too much like their relationship sort of made big strides in this episode, or really any strides at all. But maybe it's just fun to have a little.
Now, obviously, this didn't actually progressive, but you say it like Kitagawa did not verbally tell Gojo, even though he was asleep, "I love you."
Oh, I remember that, but that's like,
once again, I know for a fact this was taken right from the manga, and a really fucking good shot where their beds are both in the same frame and they're separated down the middle, but it's like composited in a way where it looks like it's just one bed and they're just sleeping in the same one, and she's just looking over, even though she's talking into a phone. The phone in the center is aligned perfectly, so it looks like there's only one phone between them and there's not even a phone call going on. They're just in the same bed and she's just directly telling him "I love you" to his face. Ooh, mamma mia, that's the good shit. That's a spicy meatball.
I liked that specific shot, and also because before that I was kind of like, oh hey, they're talking on the bed. It's kind of like they're, you know, in the same bed together, wishing each other good night. She's literally telling him like, fall asleep to my voice. Isn't that kind of romantic and nice?
Bro, this show is actually incredibly toxic because this is setting my already impossibly high standards for women through the fucking roof even further. They fucking talk to each other on the phone while they go to sleep. They're studying for exams together. They're watching scary movies together. This man, Gojo, gives her his own clothes to wear after she gets out of his shower.
Oh, that was adorable.
It's not fucking fair, bro. This is you're setting a bad example for the rest of all women on the planet. How is literally any woman supposed to compete with Marin Kitagawa at this point? It's not doable.
The scene where she wore his clothes got me feeling so jealous. But yeah, the end of episode 12, it isn't really progress, though. It's a cute moment, but I don't know, man. Episode 12 to me is just mostly sort of a slice of life thing, but hopefully after this, the show does enter its next sort of proper arc, and if it does, then all sins will be forgiven.
Yeah, as far as that next proper arc goes, I checked to see where in the manga this show ends off on. Let me also check while I still can, while I fill out this time. How many volumes there are currently, because from what I checked, the My Dress Up Darling anime caught up to volume 5. of
Volume
of the manga.
5.
Yeah, this it kind of blazed through some shit. Unless it did the Dragon Maid thing and adapted a sequence of events out of order. Or like even the new game shit where what's the director's name? Hazuki? Doesn't even show up.
I don't remember.
Okay, yeah, the director, the girl is basically female Hideo Kojima. She in the manga, she doesn't even show up. And in fact, I think this was straight up our first interaction ever. I think I DM'd you this on Discord. Back when we just knew each other through the Khantehnt Discord, and I was watching your YouTube videos about manga adaptations. I sent you that tidbit about the new game manga where I'm pretty sure her name is Hazuki. She doesn't show up in the manga until like either the end of volume 1 or 2, whereas in the anime they put her in like the 3rd or 2nd episode.
I am scrolling up in our DMs to see that.
I think that's like you would have to go to like our very first like the start of our DMs.
Oh wait, that must have been my old Discord account, because I regularly switch Discord accounts, because my first DM with you, at least here, is you send in me the summer 2021 anime for this podcast.
Oh, okay, yeah, it was definitely your old one then.
I switch Discords regularly to escape my old bad political takes.
Oh god, want to share some right now to
No.
further doom us in 6 years? You know what? Fuck 6 years. Let's get it all out there now. Women, minorities, who needs them?
Neon Manta, are you sure you want to say that? Are you sure you want to publish that, Neon Manta?
Hey man, literally all women cannot compete with Kitagawa, so I'm ready. I'm ready to fucking
turn back before
fall
it's
into
too
the
late,
2D.
Neon Manta. There's
All right,
still time to edit it out.
number of volumes of the manga. Okay, there are 9 volumes. The 9th volume actually came out 3 days ago at the time of recording on the 28th. And yeah, so at the rate that the anime is going, there's not enough time to adapt enough material rather to adapt a season 2 from. So I can understand why we did not immediately get hit with a season 2 announcement like I thought we were going to. So that makes a lot more sense.
I mean, I'll probably watch season 2 when it comes out. This is a pretty good show. And I'll probably check out the manga eventually.
I checked out the manga a little bit, just comparing some scenes together. I do maintain that the anime looks to be the superior way to consume My Dress Up Darling. Some of the paneling in the manga is kind of not great. They kind of break some of the like 180 rules or the flow of the paneling. The way some characters are posed in certain frames doesn't line up with how like their body language or how like they should be facing the character in a conversation. But I do want to check out the manga. I think it is localized over here. Some of the volumes are. So it's definitely going to be on my list of manga to add to the collection once I finally expand my shelves to actually fit more manga, because they cannot do that with manga or movies or games right now, because they are full to burst.
Now that I actually have a bookshelf in my room, finally after all this time, just so that I can put all my manga on it, I am now realizing the struggle of knowing that sometime within the next few months I'll already have to get another, just because I buy so much manga.
Yep. I'm trying to get my shelves to go up all the way up to as far up to my walls as I possibly can, so I can fit the most shit.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully that's gonna be a project I'm gonna start working on like a week and a half. So I'll keep the people updated on that. Hey, it looks like we're approaching the end of our My Dress Up Darling journey. So
Just gonna look at.
let's
All right, hold on. I'm gonna look at all my notes one last time just to see if there's anything I missed. I don't think there is. I have a few things about like I guess there is one funny line. I have a lot of quotes of just funny lines, but I don't want to go through all of them because that's just going to get monotonous. But there is one.
Let's go through just like a quick highlight reel. Let's not spend too much time on it.
There's only really one that I want to quote here, which is from Kitagawa, the goddess. Seeing such plump, healthy underboob makes you healthier too. And I couldn't agree more.
I wrote down in my notes that exact line, and then I wrote immediately afterward, all with periods punctuating every single word in all capital letters. This show gets it.
Our goddess gets it.
I
She
like
understands.
minors like us aren't supposed to be here. Yeah, if you're normies, we are normies.
That was funny. Honestly, all of the banter when they enter the Love Hotel, like every scene in the Love Hotel was amazing. Just really funny, really probably some of the best dialogue / just general comedic scenes in the show. That's probably the peak of the dialogue, unless I'm just forgetting something from the first block.
I love the recurring joke throughout the whole series of Gojo thinking something is like innocent or thinking like, oh, okay, it's like basically something he expects to be in the realm of plausibility, and then a character will turn around and be like, oh yeah, by the way, this character that I love so much, she comes from a dirty fucking non-con porn game, like, oh yeah, what's a succubus? Oh yeah, succubus are demons who suck out your semen through your dick and make you die. It's like that's slice of life, that's tranquil. Like, oh, what character do you want to cosplay from Blaze, Shinju? Is it like, do you want to cosplay one of these girl characters, like the other heroine protagonist? And she's like, no, I want to cosplay this male character. He's like, say what now? Every time that hit, that was good shit. Oh yeah, we kind of skipped over the whole Shinju cosplay arc. We only briefly touched on it.
It's good. There's not really a whole lot to say about it. It's just a solid arc. I don't really like Shinju as a character. She's fine, but still waiting for her to get her hooks in me. Just kind of
she I was surprised she got a whole episode dedicated to her.
Like that's
Like,
I thought
did
she
not
was
seem
side
like that kind of
character
character.
material.
No, and like I am she lacks the staying power because I'm sure that she and Juju will come back later in the manga / anime proper, or if they already have in the manga. But it seems like Shinju was destined to be like a one and done, or like definitely a sideline character. She's forever destined to stay on the sidelines. But what little we got of her, it was pretty cute. They played up her massive fucking milkers for being a middle school girl, which that was pretty funny every time that happened. I especially liked when she's trying to suck in her gut so hard, trying to put on Gojo's uniform to look like a dude, and the buttons are trying their hardest to not fly out with the force of a fucking ballista bolt to embed itself in a wall, but it does anyway. And she's like so horrified by the strength of her tits. That was pretty kino.
One scene I liked is when Gojo tells Kitagawa, like, yeah, I had Shinju over, and then Kitagawa fucking dies, literally falls into a grave on the spot in her head.
She fucking shoots herself on site. Pulls out the Smith & Wesson. In her dying words, she paints "Why Gojo Why" on the walls with her blood. It was very sad. I cried.
I like the sort of implication that Sajuna and Shinju are like this power sisters. Like Shinju does the camera work.
I was gonna say, pick your next words very carefully, bro. Where are you going with this? I thought you were gonna say this power couple.
Not a power couple. But Shinju does the camera, Sajuna does the cosplay, but Sajuna doesn't want her stuff online, but Shinju does because she loves her sister so much.
She wants the world to see how cute her little sister is, bro.
Yeah. I liked that undertone. I like every single time Kitagawa said "wov" instead of "love." It was a god tier moment too.
Yep. I like the little scream that Shinju had when Sajuna was like, "Yeah, I was jealous of your cosplay," and then Shinju, who has this the soft-spoken, like high-pitched anime girl voice, lowers her like by like 3 octaves to hit her with a "huh" kind of scream. That was good, and as was the scream in episode 12 where Kitagawa spooked herself after watching that scary movie in the bathroom. Bro, I'm just going through the rest of my notes trying to find out what little thing I can gush about the show because it's so worth the gushing about.
I think I'm basically out of notes. The scene where Kitagawa wanted to match shirts with Gojo was adorable, and I wish they had actually done that.
When Kitagawa's trying to help out our boy with negative drip because all he wears is his fucking blue robe with the white bandana across his forehead. God help our boy. He has no drip. He has no bitches. He has one bitch maybe, but that bitch gonna leave till he gets a proper outfit.
All right, there is one last note that I actually just saw on my thing that I actually do want to talk about at least a little bit. I don't think we'll get much conversation out of it, but here goes. There were a few scenes where Sajuna sort of blushes at Gojo, seems really endeared to him, and I just can't help but wonder, is this going to be a love triangle? Because she has the blush. She does actively blush at him, at the thought of him. So that seems to be the implication.
It does seem to be the implication. However, I feel like this is going to be one of those situations where even though she kind of got the hots for him, we know who the true unflappable OTP is, and I don't think that that's gonna change. I don't think Gojo's gonna toss aside literal perfection that Jesus Christ himself has hand-delivered the most perfect woman on the planet to this man, and I think he has enough sense to know not to toss it aside for some barely legal lolly.
They could go either 2 routes with the arc. They could either A, keep it as sort of will they, won't they in the background, where it's obvious that it's going to be Kitagawa, and it just sort of gets boring after a while. Or B, they could quickly crush Sajuna's dream and make it more about her development as a person and like the emotional stuff involved. And if they go that route, I'm for a love triangle in that instance. I think this show has the writing chops to pull that off.
This is going back to a thing we were talking about a long while ago about how our boy Gojo, they are characterizing Gojo a little bit to be kind of a horny motherfucker when in episode 11 when Kitagawa is changing into the outfit and Gojo's just trying to be like, oh, I gotta get my fucking head straight. All right, maybe I'll just watch some TV to kill some time. And then he turns it on, hears that and sees that it's porn, turns it off the next like frame 1 afterwards, and it's like, I can't fucking deal, bro. And then he like looks up over at the bathroom, being like, she's not out yet, and then turns on the TV once again, and just like it doesn't even look like he's getting like necessarily turned on by it. He's just like watching it with like intense like, wow, so that's what it's like.
I was expecting the walk-in at any moment, but surprisingly enough, didn't happen. Kitagawa just didn't see him watch hentai, and he was there to just live with that choice for the rest of his life, and it never gets out, and it probably never will. He'll never have to admit to anyone.
Kitagawa should have fucking joined him, being like, oh, you want to watch this? Cool.
Oh, that would have been amazing, actually.
I can't fucking believe that I went this long, and we both went this long, and we did not talk about motherfucking Tan Kitagawa.
Oh, yeah, it's like the thing that happens in every KyoAni show after they go to the beach. Except this time it's spray-on tan.
Well, it was Foundation, but at least they're giving the people what they want, the what if. Like, how can we make Kitagawa that somehow even more perfect, as if that's even physically, scientifically possible? And they did it. And they also did it when they gave her the fucking sharp shark teeth. I'm like, Fukuda gets it, man. Fukuda fucking gets it, and by extension, the people at Cloverworks get it, because they did it justice. They did goddamn
loved
justice.
Kitagawa with the little shark teeth. Like, it was it looked shockingly good on her.
Girls with sharp teeth are based, bro. Every
I
time I
always
see,
like that
dude,
in
fucking
character
girls
designs.
with canines, awooga.
I'm
Alright,
looking up
I'm
Kitagawa shark
I'm-
teeth on Google Images now.
hell yeah. There are so many good facial expressions that to maybe use for the thumbnail, but it's all about picking the one that encapsulates everything.
This show, once again, still good with the facial expressions. In my server the other day, I saw a bunch of people trashing Dress Up Darlin' specifically for the blush. And that, I would like to say, the blush is amazing in this show. There's a lot of it, but I think they always did a really good job with it, especially because the facial expressions just are good.
Yeah, I'm usually bothered by when some anime have blush, especially on the girls, fucking nonstop constantly, because it always takes away from, first of all, I'm just distracted by it, because, like, why are they, like, blushing nonstop? It's weird, stop doing that. And then it takes away from when they actually blush. It's like, okay, so what separates this blush from the blushes they have on their faces 24/7? Is this a fucking scientific mutation super blush? I don't like it. And they used it all good here. There was a nice equal distribution of blush between Kitagawa and Gojo.
Honestly, I'm just a blush fan in general, so any show that has lots of blush, I'm all for it.
I found it really cute how Kitagawa, jumping on the bed in episode 11 was adorable, as she's, like, trying to pretend as long as she can, like, hey, you know, maybe it's not a love hotel, you know, maybe it's, like, it's a really cool studio room. And, dog.
My dog is barking very loudly.
So that's me when I see Kitagawa in episode 11.
Oh my god.
That was me. I was just like fucking, if you know the movie Bambi, you remember the rabbit character Thumper, where every time like he got excited or like he'd just be thumping his foot? That was me every time Kitagawa was on frame in this show. I'm just going fucking awooga. my head comedically turns into like a train whistle and it blows out steam. That it's what Kitagawa does to a motherfucker.
This
I
is
love
your
how she looks at
response
the
to the
fucking-
goddess.
I love how she looks at the vibrator and it's like, wow, they even have like a massage device, and she's like, yeah, no, this is a love hotel. And in keeping with her character about being very openly sexual, she is not like, yeah, ikya, oh no, we're in a love hotel, a goo. She's like, oh no, this is fine. I mean, we're already here. Fuck it, we might as well put the money to good use. We might as well get our photos in still. Hey, you want to order food? Hey, you want to get in this hot tub with me? Haha, JK, unless you want to put my Minecraft bed next to yours?
If Kitagawa had her way, they would have totally fucked in that love hotel.
Oh no! If their time wasn't up, they would have been like, bro. The people who, I don't know how love hotels exactly work in Japan. They would have to like fucking get a guy to get they have to get the fire department to hook up their hose to the hydrant outside so they can power wash the cum off the walls. You know that one scene? You ever seen Devilman Crybaby?
I have not.
Oh, there's this one shot of Akira, the main character, who's Devilman, who, because he is so masculinely enhanced by his devil possession, when he's beaten off, and he comes so hard that his ceiling literally, like, you know how people joke about literally covering the walls with cum? It's like paint, literally that, but unironically in that show. It's
That
not a good
is
show,
some
but
power.
that was a good moment.
Oh,
That-
you
that-
don't
that-
like
that's some
Devilman
pressure wash.
Crybaby.
No, I thought it was bad. But that's a story for another day. That's how we leave the hooks in for the audience and be like, well, now you got to talk about X show, why you hate it so much, or Y show and why you like it.
That's how we get the dislikes that we should have never gotten in the first place, Neon Manta.
Let's see. There's another line. Going back to why the Gojo thinking about Shinju and why she's going through so much trouble, especially with, like, her chest trying to cosplay as a character of the opposite sex. And he's like, it's because they love these characters so much that they're able to do this. And it's like going back to that whole healthy, positive obsession thing about how, you know what? It's like it comes from a place of true, actual love. Like the love that they have for these characters is like, it's not this fake emotion. It's like this real feelings that these fictional characters are able to generate in them, and this is how they express that love for it, and that's valid.
Yeah. This entire show is just about validating obsession. And I'm obsessed with anime, in case you couldn't tell. Obsessed with writing, obsessed with fiction in general, obsessed with manga. I've spent like over $200 on it in the past like month and a half alone. So, but it's a healthy obsession.
Where we make it our pseudo jobs to watch as much anime as possible.
Dude, in one of my classes, we're supposed to, like, every day write about, there's, like, a prompt, and we're supposed to write about ourselves, and I have to, like, think so hard about how to make it not about anime every time, because it takes up so much of my life.
Let's see. Another aspect about art and artists that the show touches on incredibly that I wish we brought up earlier, is that it acknowledges that artists aren't unflappable, and they do in fact have limitations, no matter how cool and good they might seem. Because like when Shinju is looking at all the shit that Gojo's doing, and she's like, "Wow, I can't believe even you like get nervous about messing up or failing sometimes," and he's like, "Oh no, bro, I just started. I'm nowhere near as good as like people who do this for a living." And she's like, "Well, bro, I've seen your fucking costume. I've seen your Shizuku outfit. I saw that one outfit, and I thought you were like just a savant, bro. I thought you had the autism for this shit. You were so good." And he's like, "Nah, I'm just like any other guy. All I can do is try, and sometimes I mess up. But you know what? It's about the passion that you put in. It's about how even if you mess up sometimes, it's not the falling down, it's the staying down."
I feel like a lot of people... Oh, go ahead.
I was just gonna say, and it gives Shinju that appreciation for Sajuna, where it's she like sees the sacrifice. Well, maybe sacrifice is a bit of an exaggerated term, but the limitations that Sajuna puts on herself to be able to cosplay characters that she loves, because she is like, I have a small petite build, and there's some like tall characters like I'd love to cosplay as Black Lobelia, but I don't think I would pull it off because I'm too small. I don't have the body type for it.
Yeah, Sajuna's...
Like, Shinju's like...
Oh, go ahead.
That's pretty much the end of my thought. What were you going to say?
Yeah, Sajuna's a bit of almost a perfectionist about cosplaying in that regard, which, interesting part of her character, want to see that explored, makes me slightly more endeared to her. And there was something about Shinju that I was gonna say. About artists, like, being fallible. I feel like everybody, they see the Masterpiece show, they see the Sengatsu no Lion, the Dragon Maid, and they're like, these guys must be a genius, they must be so confident in their work, when if you read interviews of, like, any mangaka or light novel author, you realize that half the time they were just like, yeah, I had no idea what I was doing when I was writing this, and it just sort of came together at a certain point after I just smashed my head against the wall enough times. That's basically 90% of writing. That's what writing comes down to: smashing your head against the wall and hoping you don't get a concussion.
Yeah, the last thing that I want to touch on before we go into our final thoughts on the show is I want to circle back to something we talked about near the beginning of this recording session about how the line that Juju hits Gojo with about why she chose him to commission for a cosplay outfit out of all other possible people who have maybe even more experience or maybe have an objective higher talent than he does. And the line, there are plenty of people who can make outfits, but when I saw yours, it was love at first sight. It made me jealous, and jealousy is something you feel about things that matter. And like the reason that I wrote down the note, this show fucking gets it so many times. Like I felt that emotion in the last block of episodes as well, but this is the one time that I actually wrote it down every time that it came up in my notes. It reminded me of how I met the artist that I have to do the character art for my avatar, the Manta avatar that I have. I don't want to fuck up her name. Her online tag is like Jojirin. She's in the description of every single one of my videos because I use her art as my social media icon, as my as the character art that you see in the videos, and that I will use. That I use on my Twitch streams, and I will use in future videos that I'm working on. I think she just goes by Joji. And the way that I found her, the reason that I found her, the reason I was looking for an artist in the first place to do commissions and drawings of my avatar that I needed done was because my original artist it was, let's say, unable to create more, and I was in a position where I wanted to make videos. I wanted to like make the art that I wanted to, that I like to make, that I wanted to pursue, but I was unable to because I had such a limited selection of facial expressions and drawings to work with. And I knew in my heart of hearts that like this isn't enough. I need like a wider range of expressions in order to make the best videos that I can possibly make with my current skill set. And so since I was unable to have my original artist make more expressions, I had to say, all right, I'm gonna have to take what I have, try to get them remade, and then have new ones made after them. But my problem was that I was in love with the original drawings so much because I've been using them for a while and had gotten so attached to them, was that so like I tried going through like artists online. I put out a tweet because if you ever need fucking a commission of literally anything art related online, all you have to do is just make a tweet, say, hey, is there an artist with commissions open? That's all you need to tweet out. It doesn't matter what they do. They could commission, you could be asking for character art, and they could be making motion graphics, and they'll still DM you anyway. They'll have no portfolio in their pinned tweet, despite being a professional, but quote unquote, but they'll DM you anyway, and your DMs will flood within 5 minutes of artists that who want to be your artist. And every single one that I looked through that DM'd me was like, I don't get the feeling. I'm not feeling the connection. Like none of them are matching the aesthetic that I'm trying to, if not recapture, then at least reinvent, or like something, show a new aesthetic of my avatar character that I'll put in my new videos. They nothing jumped out at me emotionally. Nothing was matching my aesthetic. And then, like most things in life, I solved this problem by being like, oh wait, one of my favorite things right now is the Owl House, and I love the Owl House's art style, so what if I were to find like if I added the Owl House commissions open? So much like everything in life, it is made better with the Owl House in it, but that's neither here nor there. So I added that into my search bar to like scroll through a list of artists on Twitter who possibly had the commissions open. And then I found Joji's art. And then I was like, hey, I feel like I've seen this artist before. And I have. I'd seen her work on Instagram and Twitter, I believe like months before I sent her the first DM. And like seeing her art, I was like, remember seeing it back then and being like, whoa, this is really cool. Because the piece that stood out to me, the first piece I ever saw from her, was one where she gave the main character of Owl House an anime corruption style power up which is the instant way to my heart for any show. Anytime a character gets an anime power-up, regardless if it's like corruption or like an earned power like a Super Saiyan. This sounds very tangential, but I promise that there is a point to this. I just love that kind of shit. It appeals to the aesthetic. And so I remember I flashed back to seeing that for the first time, being so impressed with that art. And then I saw that her commissions were open, and I saw that I scrolled through her profile to see all the recent stuff she's done, and like every drawing, it helped that she was doing mostly Owl House stuff at the time, which was one of my one of my current hyperfixations. But all of the art I saw of it, I was like, wow, this is good. And I looked at more, and I was like, wow, this is really good. And I looked at even more, and I was like, wow, this is like my exact aesthetic. And even like the stuff outside of it, she's a big Soul Eater fan, and it looks like Soul Eater's she's made tweets about how Soul Eater is a big influence on her art style and one of her favorite shows. And I have not seen Soul Eater yet. I plan to one day because it does look like something I would like. Soul Eater does have one of my favorite fucking styles in anime. I can say that confidently, despite having only seen a few episodes of it. Because goddamn, those character designs, that artwork, that style, especially when the character's like, you know the character of Soul Eater, right?
Yeah, I've seen the first 2 episodes of Soul Eater.
Have you seen the clips like where the girl Maka, it's like she kind of goes insane, kind of, and she has that manic grin on her face, that insane looking grin?
I think I saw that in like an ER video.
Yeah, that is one of my favorite character designs in all of anime. Like, not even just like Maka as on her own, it's a good design, but like when she's in her fucking like evil form or whatever that is, when she's grinning like a Cheshire cat, that I was like, ooh, that's the good shit. And I saw that Joji did a piece like that of Luz, and I was like, oh my god, this is like it. I feel the jealous feeling that Sajina's feeling from the show. It's like, this is the art style I wish that I had for my character. And I was like, this jealousy is something that I'm feeling. It matters. Like, the reason that I'm feeling this is because like I need to have this for my character. So I DM'd her. We set up she was very kind. She is very kind. If you want to DM her profile's in the description. She's very good. I'd highly recommend it. Great person to work with. She was very kind to rework all of my old designs and is able to take all of the requests that I have, much like how the characters in Dress Up Darling are able to give their visions and requests to Gojo, and he's able to recreate them to the utmost detail that he possibly can. Joji was able to take all of the requests that I had for not only my redraw requests, but also my new facial expression requests, and not even just outside of my character avatar. I've commissioned whole ass original art from her, and she nails it every time with like maybe one alteration, just to make it like slightly more to my vision. But like, she is able to get it so easily, and that's always a fear that I have when commissioning an artist. It's like, oh, what if I don't convey my vision enough, or what if this is unfair to put on the artist, but what if the artist doesn't understand my vision enough, which is selfish, but like it's still a thing that if I'm able to prevent from happening, I don't want to deal with it. I just want the artist to somehow read my mind and redraw exactly the vision that I have. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. That's like a fair concern to have. I don't think that's selfish. You want your vision out there because you don't have this sort of artistic skill for it.
Yeah, it's selfish in the sense of unless I describe it as like the most detailed, accurate description possible, it's not fair for the artist to like be able to read my mind and like just go off like a few words and be like, okay, I can draw pixel for pixel, color for color, exactly what he dreamt up in his mind palace. And like seeing her finished artwork and like seeing all like the redone designs, all the new designs, it puts a big ass grin on my face every time that I get a new commission from her, that I see a completed one. And like, cause it's that warm fuzzy feeling, and it's like of like, this is exactly what I wanted, exactly what I envisioned, and I have so blessed to have found an artist to work with to help bring my vision to life using their talents. For a fair monetary exchange, because that's just business, but it's like going beyond the money. It's just like the personal satisfaction, because that's why I went out and chose her, because I couldn't find any other artists that matched the aesthetic, the vision that I wanted. I saw no other artwork made by even other Owl House fan artists who make good Owl House fan art, mind you, but they didn't have that one special spark that I was looking for. They didn't spark the jealousy. And Joji was able to spark it, and that's why I think she is a damn good artist.
And that's why you can relate to Sajuna from Dress Up Darling.
Yep. I'm sorry if that went on a longer tangent than I thought,
you're
but
fine.
I felt like that.
You're fine.
I felt like that was a necessary story to tell, if only to highlight how the show like connects with me.
Yeah.
I think My Dress Up Darling is fucking spectacular. It's not quite perfect. It's not. I think the only thing holding it back from being a masterpiece is I do think the fan service is getting maybe a tiny too frequent. Like I think Kitagawa is. I like that Kitagawa is like cool with undressing in front of Gojo, like she has no qualms about it, but Gojo gets embarrassed every time, and it does great after a while.
It's a bit repetitive in that regard.
Yeah, it's repetitive. Like if Gojo was just like more used to it, but that would require them to be in an actual relationship, and that does not sell manga units. You got to stretch that out just far enough. I have no doubt that they will get together by the end, or even maybe partway through. But you gotta keep reader interest alive somehow. You gotta string them along a little bit.
I think the main thing that Dress Up Darling needs is just another character that I like as much as Gojo and Kitagawa, because it's.
Yeah, that would also help, actually. And also
yeah.
go back to actually having arcs and not one-off episodes with their outfits.
Because, like, going back to Dragon Maid, the reason why that show is so good is because it's able to achieve a high level of variance by having a lot of different sources of appeal. And the main way it achieves those sources of appeal is by having, like, a bajillion characters and have them all be interesting in some way. So if Dress Up Darling can just, like, even one more character, because it's been banking on Gojo and Kitagawa since the very beginning. And so far, like, Sajuna she's fine at this point. Like, I've stopped outright disliking her, but she's still just fine. Shinju, is
fine.
Yeah, doesn't seem like she'll go anywhere.
Gramps
seems
is
fine.
Gramps.
Yeah.
There are only 5 characters in the show.
There's so few characters in this show. And that's why it can't be a slice of life for very long. Or at least I can't see it being good like that for very long. So I don't know. It's kind of in a tough situation right now. And that gives me a little less hope for the future. But it still has the writing chops, and I'm still, like, holding out a little bit of hope. Like, okay, it's not going to go downhill. They're going to find a new character to add into the show. They're going to shake things up somehow. They're going to fulfill a new arc. We can hope.
And they will fuck. Probably.
Hopefully.
They better. I mean, with the way that romance anime are going right now, it almost kind of seems like it's weird to say, but it kind of seems like they're maturing sexually as well, because they're like themes of not just like going beyond stupid fucking fan service scenes of like walking in on girls naked or dumb shit like that. It seems like romance anime as a whole, or at least like shows of this ilk, are getting more like sexually charged, or at least embracing the sexuality of the characters in a more proactive, healthy sort of way.
And that is always to be appreciated, as we, I think, both agree.
I shan't spoil anything about a certain anime that is getting a 3rd season next week, but
Okay, so quick, what shows are getting a 3rd season? Oh wait, I just figured it out.
I shan't spoil anything. But this point goes it kind of correlates, and it was the thing that kind of this and My Dress Up Darling got the gears turned to think about this exact point. And maybe we'll see if other shows follow suit. I can't think of. I would have to look back at previous anime to see if there are other shows of this nature going back. Not to say that romance anime haven't always been sexually charged or have dealt with themes of open sexuality. There's shit like Yamada's First Time. There's even shitty shows like My First Girlfriend is a Gal, but that they take the open sexuality of it and be like, hey, what if instead of having open, healthy discussions about teenage sexuality, what if we just have horny characters just be horny and unlikable?
Rent a girlfriend.
Yeah, or rent a fucking girlfriend. That's a beautiful example of what not to do.
All right, the moment we've all been waiting for. Is it better than Total Fantasy Knockout? That is.
If you say anything other
question.
than yes, I will do things.
Nyan Manta, I regret to inform you.
It is
This
better.
breaks my
than
heart.
It is not
I
better than Total
know-
Fantasy Knockout.
I know that Kitagawa is a goddess, and I know that this show is so good.
Are
Dress
you
Up
about to hit
Darling's
me
better.
with the crunchy is bisexual?
You literally
the whole
missed it. You
time?
talked over it. I gave the answer.
You better hit the bisexuality arc. Listen, bro, it's not
Dress
gay.
Up Darling
if
is
they
better.
magically-
Dress Up Darling is better. Screw the anticipation.
Oh, okay.
I am 8 episodes
wha-
into Total Fantasy Knockout, and it's absolutely hilarious, but I think Dress Up Darling just has more points of intrigue, better characters, and is overall just a better show.
I was gonna say, since we're unable to do a proper review of straight comedy shows like that, what is the main thing holding it back? Because that was your favorite show of the winter podcast.
The main thing holding it back is just that it's solely a comedy anime or comedy anime. Sort of butchered that, but Dress Up Darling.
It's just there to make you laugh and sometimes make you question your sexuality. Whereas,
yeah.
Whereas My Dress Up Darling will make you laugh, it'll make you cry, it'll make you think, and it'll reaffirm your sexuality.
Yeah. Total Fantasy Knockout is definitely a lot funnier than Dress Up Darling, and it's at its peak, it is one of the funniest shows I've ever seen. But when it's it doesn't always hit the jokes so well. Whereas when I think of a better pure comedy anime, like Nichijou or Azumanga Daioh is kind of pure comedy, but I also really like the characters in Azumanga Daioh. But it's still mostly comedy. Those shows are absolutely hilarious 100% of the time, and that's what makes them absolutely outstanding, some of my favorite shows. Whereas Total Fantasy Knockout is absolutely hilarious a lot of the time, sometimes a bit less funny, and also doesn't have the characters to sort of back up the less funny moments. That's what I'd say its main issue is.
Alright, the last final question. Do we recommend My Dress Up Darling now that the whole thing is out?
I'd say yeah. It's a pretty...
Absolutely yes.
Yeah, pretty fun show.
I would give it a 9 out of 10.
Oh, damn. I would give it actually a solid 7 out of 10. So we have a bit of a gap in our like of it.
You had all these praises to sing. It's only it's one notch above fucking Senko-san.
Yeah, it's one
Are you
notch
taking-
above Senko-san. Remember,
Are
I've
you
seen it
taking
3
the piss?
times.
Are you taking the piss into my mouth?
Apparently so. I mean, in all fairness, I like Senko-san mostly in spite of itself. And also Dress Up Darling, alright, if I were introducing like 0.5s onto this scale, Senko-san would be like a 6.0, maybe a 6.5, I don't know, but Dress Up Darling would be like a solid 7.5, alright? So
Alright, what's the
be
missing
fair-
X factor that would have taken it from a 7 to an 8 or maybe even a 9 for you?
just being more consistent, honestly. Like, that's always been my main problem with Dress Up Darling, and I still hold to that. Like episode 2, I always come back to it, but it's because episode 2 is boring as hell. Episode 3 is like fine.
Crazy.
The latter parts of Dress Up Darling, they don't really fulfill as many arcs. We get a full episode of Shinju that still didn't really make me care about her, so it's still sort of just fine. So it's not always consistent, and then when it's really good, it's just doing the same really good thing over and over again, which is having Gojo and Kitagawa in a show together. At the very least, good dialogue, good comedy, that sort of wraps it all into a neat bow, but I'd still say, yeah, solid 7 out of 10. That's the score I think it deserves.
I would say that, and this might be bold, and we've got 3 more seasons of anime to go this year, but I would say My Dress Up Darling is a solid Anime of the Year contender. Yeah, notwithstanding the hype bros from the sequel tards like Demon Slayer and Attack on Titan, but I would say it's definitely. And maybe I could even be wrong on this. Maybe Akabe's Sailor uniform is the greatest thing since sliced toenail clippings from Kitagawa's goddess foot, or even the feet from Akabe-chan, because goddamn, it does not let up. I've seen the clips. The Tarantino-isms do not let up after the first 2 episodes.
Oh god,
it is a constant. Maybe that's even better, but I would be surprised if there is a single anime from the winter 2022 season that is better than My Dress Up Darling. For the first time in a while, the popular show is actually the best show. The normies got it right for once.
I'm still holding out for Akarin-san Wakaranai, which is coming up next season, and we're going to be covering it on the seasonal cast, and it looks so up my alley. If this show isn't good, I will literally cry in a corner for 10 minutes, at least. And I'd
Well,
record
there you go,
myself
folks. Now you
doing
have
it,
your-
just to prove that if it's bad, I will be doing that.
There's your incentive to subscribe and stick around, because now you gotta watch the spring 2022 podcast when it drops in mid-April, mid to late April. Because
something like that.
If that in particular show is bad, we've got the verbal confirmation, the binding legal document.
Let
Of,
my misery compel you.
So yep, that was the My Dress Up Darling podcast. This is the first show since High Guardian Spice that we've seen all of and did a full podcast on. So that's a thing.
I mean,
God,
at least this one is
how far
better
we've
than
come.
Yeah,
Remember
this
how
one's
far we've
way
come since High
better
Guardian Spice.
than High Guardian. Yeah.
That's still one of our, I think the best, might still be the best episode, at least stats wise. Maybe not by views, but definitely by in audience engagement and likes and whatnot.
You really like the High Guardian Spice episode, huh?
It's too bad they're literally never gonna make any more of it.
I mean, I'm
That
fine with
ship
that
has sailed.
conclusion.
Amaryllis will just have to remain trapped within the lost, lonely, secluded island of that one show, unable to be freed.
I'm so torn up that they aren't making more Low Guardian shite.
Low tier Guardian. You should transition yourself now.
Oh god.
Alright, well, before I get into any more horrible phrasing
Oh
that
no.
yeah, before I doom myself any further with this kind of speech, I think we should end the podcast here.
This is getting a little spicy for the Bluebird platform.
for the Bluebird platform and the red square platform.
Yeah.
All right, we gotta sign off. We've been going for 2 hours now. My Dress Up Darling, incredible show. If you tell us what you thought of My Dress Up Darling, was it as good as I think it was? Was it only good like Crunchy thinks it was? Do you think it was fucking awful? Also, are you retarded? Be sure to answer all those questions in the comments below. This has been Castaway Anime. If you've enjoyed, please be sure to give us a like, comment what you thought, subscribe to the podcast for more episodes. They'll be dropping soon. We'll be hitting you with the Rust Bisco finale soon. We'll be coming at you with the hotly anticipated Spring 2022 seasonal podcast, mid to late April. Get excited. Got some cool actual YouTuber guests this time. Not just randos we found off Twitter. Haha.
Be sure to watch it.
I'm Neon Manta.
And I'm Crunchy Bagels, probably going to upload sometime this next century.
Same, bro. This has been Castaway Anime. You'll see us next time.